Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact, seal our agreement with a like, and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. The phone rang at 2:38 a.m. I reached for the handset, the plastic cold against my palm, and the fluorescent lights above me hummed their usual lullaby. The dispatch office smelled like burnt coffee and 3 hours of silence. Ridgeline Towing, this is Trevor, static crackled. Then, a voice I knew. Trevor, it's Boyd. My stomach dropped. Boyd Keller hadn't shown up for his shift tonight. Rita left me a voicemail about it 6 hours ago. Said he'd vanished somewhere on Route 44 during last night's run. Radio went dead, truck stopped moving. Search and rescue found nothing. Boyd, I sat up straighter, gripping the handset. Where the hell are you? Everyone's been looking. Need a tow, he said. His voice sounded wrong. Like someone had recorded him speaking and played it backward, then forward again. The cadence was off. Too slow, too smooth. What's your location? Route 44, mile marker 13. The same spot. The exact same spot where his GPS had blinked out last night. What would you do if your missing coworker called from the place he disappeared? I pulled up the GPS tracking system, fingers trembling as I typed in Boyd's truck number. The screen loaded. There it was, his last known position frozen at mile marker 13. Transmission stopped at 2:51 a.m., 24 hours ago. But I was hearing his voice right now. Boyd, listen to me. Are you hurt? How are you calling? Your phone should be. Just send someone, he said, and this time I heard it clearly. The words came out smooth, but underneath them, like an echo, they played backward. Syllables reversing, folding into themselves. My hands started shaking. Who is this? The line went silent except for static that sounded almost like breathing. And then I realized something that made my blood turn to ice. What I was hearing on that call would haunt me for the rest of the night. My hands shook as I dialed Rita's cell. 3 rings, 4. Then her voicemail, that bored bureaucratic drawl I'd heard 100 times. You've reached Rita Malone. I'm unavailable. Leave a message after the tone. Rita, it's Trevor. I need you to call me back. Now it's about Boyd. I got a call from him from Route 44. The same. The beep cut me off. I slammed the receiver down and the sound echoed through the concrete room like a gunshot. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that relentless mosquito whine that burrowed into my skull. I tasted burnt coffee at the back of my throat. Bitter, metallic, wrong. I pulled up the staff schedule on the terminal, fingers sticky against the keys. The screen glowed sickly green in the dark office. I scrolled to this week's rotation, looking for Rita's emergency contact. For anyone, my name stared back at me. Trevor Hatch. Night dispatch. Status, deceased. Called in 3 days ago. I blinked, read it again. The letters didn't change. What the hell? A glitch, had to be, some database error. I'd been here every night this week. Hadn't I? The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my fists. I switched to the Route 44 camera feeds. Maybe I could see Boyd's truck, confirm he was really out there. Static. All 6 feeds showed nothing but churning gray snow, and through the dead pixels I swore I heard breathing. I grabbed my phone, texted Rita, then Jenna from day's shift, then dispatch in the next county. My thumbs flew across the screen, desperate pleading. The messages sat there, unread, unanswered. Nobody was listening, and the clock on the wall, it still read 2:38 a.m. But that was 10 minutes ago. I needed answers. The filing cabinet stood in the corner, gray metal coated with grime. I yanked the bottom drawer open. Cold metal bit my fingertips. Inside, folders slumped together like old bones, their edges yellowed and brittle. The smell hit me, dust and mildew and something else, something stale, like air that hadn't moved in years. I pulled the thickest folder, 2009. The year stamped across the tab in faded ink. My hands trembled as I flipped it open. Incident reports, service logs. A photo clipped to the first page showed a tow truck driver, mid-30s, standing beside his rig. The name beneath read Dale Grimshaw. I scanned the report. Dale Grimshaw, driver. Dispatched to Route 44, mile marker 13 at 2:38 a.m. Never returned. Truck found 3 days later, engine cold, driver's door open. No blood, no signs of struggle, just gone. The company shut down 2 months after. Ridgeline Towing, but that wasn't my company. We were North Star Dispatch, different name, different management. I flipped to the contact sheet at the back of the folder. My stomach dropped. The dispatch number listed was identical to the one printed on my console. The exact same 10 digits I answered calls on every night. What are the odds of that? Can you even imagine? I looked around the cramped concrete room, the fluorescent lights humming their endless monotone song above me. The single window overlooking the empty lot. The burnt coffee smell that never left. This wasn't a different building. This was the same office. I stood, walked to the door, turned the handle. It didn't move. I tried again, rattling it harder. The metal clicked uselessly, locked tight from the outside. My breath came faster. I crossed to the window, pressed my palms against the cold glass, but the latch wouldn't budge. Rusted shut or bolted, I couldn't tell which. The fluorescent hum shifted, lower now, almost like breathing. I was alone, completely alone. And I wouldn't be leaving until someone unlocked that door in the morning. But the real question I should have asked was this: would morning ever come? I checked my watch, 2:36. The air in the dispatch office had gone still, thick with the smell of old concrete and something else I couldn't name, something metallic. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless monotone hymn above me, and I pressed my back against the locked door, feeling the cold metal handle dig into my spine. 2:37. My phone showed no signal, just a blank screen where the bars should be. I tried Rita again. Nothing. The call wouldn't even attempt to connect, but the landline on the desk. That red light blinked steady and patient, like a heartbeat waiting for me to notice. What would you do? Sit there and wait for morning, or the phone rang at exactly 2:38. I froze. The sound carved through the silence like a blade, sharp and wrong in a way that made my teeth ache. It rang again, again. That same mechanical scream I'd heard for 3 weeks now, but tonight it felt different. Hungry. I let it ring. 4 times, 5. My hand hovered over the receiver, trembling like I was reaching toward an open flame. But what choice did I have? I answered, static first, then a voice. Slow, deliberate, stretched thin like old tape played at the wrong speed. I've been waiting, my breath caught. The voice wasn't Boyd's, it was older, tired beyond measure. You sent help, the voice continued, each word separated by too much silence. It never came, Dale Grimshaw. I didn't send anyone, I whispered. I wasn't even. You were always here, Trevor. The line went dead. I dropped the receiver, grabbed my keys, ran to the door and yanked the handle. Locked. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. The window next. I picked up the desk chair and swung it hard against the glass. The chair bounced back like I'd hit solid concrete. The window didn't even vibrate. The landline rang again, and I realized morning shift wasn't going to save me. Because whatever was calling knew I had nowhere left to run. I backed away from the console, and my foot hit something. Glass. The bottle rolled across the concrete floor, the sound amplified in the cramped room. I looked down. 3 empty whiskey bottles lay beneath my desk, amber liquid pooled in the caps. The smell hit me then, sharp, familiar, burning my nostrils. I haven't touched alcohol in 2 years. You believe that, don't you? I do. I did, but I could taste it on my tongue. I grabbed the security monitor, fingers shaking, and scrubbed backward through the footage. Thursday night. There I was at the console, answering a call at 2:38, typing coordinates into the dispatch system, sending a driver to Route 44. Friday night. Same thing, same posture, same mechanical movements. Saturday night, tonight, I watched myself lift a bottle to my lips before the call came in. I don't remember any of it. Can you imagine that? 3 nights erased like fog burning off asphalt. The fluorescent lights hummed louder, drilling into my skull. I pulled up the GPS logs. Boyd's truck stopped transmitting at 2:51 a.m. So did Friday's driver. And Thursdays, all at mile marker 13. All at the exact same second, like their batteries died simultaneously. Or something else did. But what I found next made my blood freeze. My phone's GPS history showed I'd driven there too. Last night. My car sitting idle at mile marker 13 for 17 minutes before returning here. I stared at my hands. No cuts. No dirt under my fingernails. Nothing to prove I'd left this room. The landline rang again, and this time I heard something underneath the static. Breathing. Multiple voices inhaling in perfect unison. The breathing stopped. Then they spoke. Trevor. 5 voices, perfectly synchronized, whispering my name through the static like wind through dead leaves. Trevor. I slammed the receiver down. My hand hit the cradle so hard the plastic cracked. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice, and the hum changed pitch. Lower now, almost like a voice. I needed proof. Something concrete. Something that would make sense of the footage, the GPS logs, the 3 nights I couldn't remember. My phone sat on the desk, screen dark. I picked it up. The glass felt cold, too cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer, not beside my lukewarm coffee. I opened the location history. My hand started shaking before I even read the timestamps. There, Last night, 2:38 a.m. to 2:51 a.m., Route 44, mile marker 13. The little blue dot on the map didn't lie. According to this, I'd driven there, parked, stayed 17 minutes, but I was here, wasn't I? Can you imagine doubting your own memory so completely? I stared at that blue dot until my vision blurred. What I found next would change everything. The night before that, same route, same time, and the night before that, 3 consecutive trips, all ending at 2:51 a.m. exactly. I never left this room. I know I didn't. I would remember driving. Wouldn't I? The landline rang again. 2:38 a.m. Right on schedule. I didn't move, just watched it ring. My reflection in the black window watched back, but its lips were moving, mouthing something I couldn't hear over the ringing. The static beneath the ring tone began to form a pattern, a rhythm, almost like breathing. Then I realized what my reflection was saying. It was whispering my name. I dropped the receiver. It clattered against the console, then swung, pendulum slow, hissing static into the dead air between us, me and the thing in the window that wore my face. My knees hit the floor. Cold concrete bit through my jeans. I needed something real, something solid. I pressed my palms flat against the ground, felt grit scratch my skin, and that's when my fingers brushed the edge of something taped beneath the desk. Peeling tape. The sound too loud in the fluorescent hum. I pulled. A photograph slid free, corners yellowed, surface glossy under the buzzing lights. The image stopped my breath. A man in a grease-stained tow truck uniform stood beside Route 44's mile marker 13. Trees thick behind him. Asphalt cracked like dried skin. His face, my face. I've never driven a truck. Never. My hands have only known keyboards and coffee mugs and the smooth plastic of this console. But there I was, or someone wearing my face was squinting into camera flash, one hand resting on a truck's dented fender. The timestamp in the corner read October 5th, 2009. Can you imagine finding yourself in a photo from 16 years ago? A photo you don't remember. But that wasn't what made my stomach twist. Scrawled in blue ink across the bottom, in handwriting I didn't recognize. The date was 3 days ago. 3 days ago. The fluorescent lights flickered. Once. Twice. The window glass reflected them back at me, and in that strobing darkness I saw my reflection turn its head, independent of my body, and mouth 2 words I felt rather than heard. Help me. But what stared back from that photograph would reveal something far worse than a moving reflection. I stumbled back from the window. My reflection stayed where it was. The static from the console changed. The formless white noise began separating into layers, peeling apart like skin from muscle. Frequencies I'd heard for 3 weeks suddenly aligned into something coherent, numbers crackling through the hiss. 44.273, 73.189, coordinates. I grabbed my phone with shaking fingers, typed them into the map. The pin dropped exactly where I knew it would. Route 44, mile marker 13. The same stretch of cracked asphalt from the photo. The place where everyone vanished. The clock above the console ticked toward 2:37. I reached for my coffee, cold now, thick. I took a sip anyway, needing something to ground me, to prove I still had a body that could taste and swallow and feel. Gasoline flooded my mouth. I spat into the trash can, gagging, but the chemical burn coated my throat like I'd been drinking fuel for hours. How long had it tasted like this? How long had I not noticed? 2:38. Every phone in the dispatch office rang at once. Not just the landline, the cell phones confiscated from previous shifts, still locked in Rita's desk drawer. The fax machine, the ancient intercom system no one had used in years. All of them screaming in perfect synchronization, a chorus demanding to be answered. I grabbed the landline receiver. 5 voices spoke as one. "We're waiting for you. You promised help. Come finish your shift." The fluorescent lights above hummed louder. I looked down at my hands gripping the phone. Through them, I could see the desk beneath. Transparent. Fading. Dissolving under light that suddenly felt less like illumination and more like an X-ray burning through what little remained of me. But what happened when there was nothing left to dissolve? That's when I would finally understand what I'd become. My hands were gone, the phones kept ringing. 5 voices, one truth. The fluorescent lights hummed a frequency that vibrated through what remained of me. And that's when the memories tore through. Route 44. October 5th, 2009. I was driving the tow truck. No, that wasn't right. I am driving the tow truck. The engine dies at mile marker 13. Cold air smells like pine needles and diesel exhaust. I call dispatch. A woman answers, says help is coming. Her voice sounds like static wrapped around a promise she can't keep. I wait, and wait, and wait. The gasoline taste in my mouth, that's not coffee. That's the fumes I breathed in the cab before hypothermia took me. Before I became something that couldn't leave Route 44. So I followed the only thread back. The dispatch number. The voice that promised help. But that wasn't the worst part. Boyd's voice on the phone 3 weeks ago. That was me, 16 years later, still calling. Still waiting. Jenna's cryptic note. She was me too, the loop before. Every dispatcher who's ever sat in this concrete tomb has been Dale Grimshaw, answering his own desperate call, sending the next version of himself to die on Route 44. Can you understand what that means? I built this purgatory one phone call at a time. The clock above the console clicks to 2:38. The phones scream in unison. My own voice echoes from every receiver. Dispatch, I need a tow. Route, no, I don't reach for the handset. My transparent fingers hover above it, then pull back. The fluorescent lights flicker. The air tastes like burnt metal and broken promises. What I didn't know then was what refusing would cost. The ringing doesn't stop. It splits into harmony, 2 rings, then 4, then 8, multiplying like a swarm of hornets trapped inside my skull. The office walls sweat condensation. The concrete floor vibrates. The phone rings, and rings, and rings. The ringing split into 12 phones, 20, 50. The sound carved into my skull like a drill bit. The fluorescent lights strobed. The concrete walls rippled. I pressed my transparent hands against my ears, but the ringing came from inside now. Inside my bones, my teeth, my memory. I couldn't break it. The loop didn't want to be broken. My hand reached for the phone, not my choice anymore. The receiver was ice against my ear, or was it? Could I even feel cold if I'd been dead for 16 years? Silence. Static, then a voice, my voice. Dispatch, younger, confused, scared. I need a tow, Route 44, mile marker 13, my truck just. It died. Everything died. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. Hello, is anyone there, please? I've been waiting so long. What would you do? Lie to yourself. Promise help that never comes. Help is coming, I whispered. The words tasted like gasoline. The door unlocked behind me. Click, the sound of release, of surrender. I stood. The office dissolved into burnt coffee smell and static hum. The schedule on the wall updated itself. Someone new listed for tomorrow's night shift. A name I didn't recognize yet. My phone's GPS glowed. One route available, Route 44. I drove. The woods swallowed my headlights at mile marker 13. 2:51 a.m. on the dashboard. The engine coughed, sputtered, died. I sat in the silence. And then I understood. This wasn't punishment. This was duty. I picked up my phone, dialed the number I'd memorized across lifetimes. It rang. Someone young answered, eager, alive. Dispatch. I need a tow, I said. Route 44, please. Help is coming, right? Help is coming, they promised. I waited in the dark. The voice on the phone was mine. I pressed the cold plastic against my ear and heard myself speak. Not an echo, not a recording, my voice, my exact cadence. The way I swallow before bad news. Vincent, it said, platform 7, 6:23. The train derails. My hand trembled. The fluorescent lights above platform 7 buzzed, casting everything in sickly yellow. I could smell the bleach from my last cleaning round, still wet on the concrete, mixed with something else. Something metallic I couldn't place. Who is this? You know who this is. The line went dead. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice cut through the static, sharp and impatient. Carver, you copy. I need debris cleared from platform 7 before the morning train. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes until 6:23. I clipped the radio back to my belt. My breath came shallow. The station was empty at this hour, just me and the hum of distant ventilation. But I wasn't alone. I never was down here. What I didn't know then was that this call would be the first of many. I walked toward platform 7, my boots echoing in the maintenance tunnel. Each step felt heavier than the last. The emergency lighting cast long shadows that seemed to move wrong. Delayed, like they were following something else. That's when I saw it. A phone lying on the platform edge, screen glowing, ringing. I stepped closer. The sound pierced the silence, shrill and insistent. I bent down. Read the caller ID. It said me, and the timestamp showed 6:19 a.m. Exactly now. But the call had come in 4 minutes ago. My mind raced back to 5 nights earlier, when I first found it. 3 in the morning. Platform 7. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like dying insects, casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made even my own hands look corpse-pale. Cold down there. Always cold, even though it was June. I dragged my mop across the concrete, the bleach smell sharp in my nostrils, burning the back of my throat. That's when I saw it. A phone, just lying there on the platform edge. I set the mop against the wall, picked it up. The screen was still bright, fully charged. My thumb hovered over the power button, but the display lit up on its own. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. I blinked. squinted at the timestamp. 9:14 a.m., 6 hours ahead. Some drunk passenger must have messed with the settings before dropping it. That's what I told myself. That's what made sense. But here's what didn't make sense. What I didn't tell anyone. The phone was warm. Not room temperature. Warm. Like someone had just been holding it. The platform was empty. Had been empty for an hour. I turned it in to Brian at Lost and Found that morning, made some joke about passengers who couldn't hold their liquor. He tossed it in a cardboard box without even logging it, sloppy as always. I went home, slept, came back the next night. 3 a.m., platform 7, I started my sweep. And there it was again. Same phone, same spot. Same impossible glow in the darkness. I stopped breathing. The mop clattered to the floor, the sound echoing down the empty tunnel like a gunshot. Because this time I noticed something else. The missed call timestamp had changed, and what it showed made my blood run cold. I spent my lunch break in the archive room. The basement smelled like mildew and forgotten paperwork. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, flickering every few seconds. I pulled the Platform 7 incident reports going back 40 years. My hands shook as I turned pages. The paper felt brittle, cold. 3 derailments, all on Platform 7. October 5, 1984. 6:23 a.m., track debris. June 12, 2002, 6:23 a.m., track debris. March 9, 2015, 6:23 a.m., track debris. The same time, every single time. I wiped sweat from my forehead despite the chill. Can you imagine finding a pattern like that? Coincidence doesn't repeat with that kind of precision. I flipped through maintenance logs looking for what? I didn't know. Proof that I wasn't losing my mind, maybe. But what I found instead made everything worse. A log from 9 years ago. Routine cleaning schedule. Night shift assignments. I scanned the signatures at the bottom of each page. Different names, different handwriting. Then I stopped. My signature not similar, not close, exact. The way I looped the V in Vincent. The way I crossed my T's too high. My employee number beneath it. I never worked here 9 years ago. I was still married then, still living upstate. I didn't even move to the city until 6 years ago. My finger traced the ink. It didn't smudge. Wasn't a photocopy. Original pen. Original pressure marks on the paper. I checked the date again. Checked my own signature again. The archive room suddenly felt smaller. The lights buzzed louder. My breath came in short gasps. If I signed that log 9 years ago, then where was I? And what else had I forgotten? I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. Rachel's voice on the phone was sharp, skeptical. "You sound fine to me, Carver." "Stomach thing," I lied, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The fluorescent bulb overhead flickered once, twice. "I can't make it tonight," she sighed. "Fine, but I need documentation if this becomes a pattern. A pattern, if only she knew. I locked every door in my apartment, checked the windows, drew the blinds. At midnight, I sat on my couch with the lights on, watching infomercials with the volume turned up. The normalcy felt like a lifeline. People selling cookware. People buying things they didn't need. A world where time moved forward. At 2 a.m. the lights flickered. Not like before. This was different, slower, deliberate. The bulbs dimmed to amber, then surged back to white. The hum of electricity became a pulse. I stood, heart hammering against my ribs. The subway rumble started beneath my feet. Have you ever felt something that shouldn't exist? A vibration traveling through 6 floors of concrete and steel, climbing up through the foundation, rattling the coffee mug on my table. My building isn't near the subway. The nearest line runs 4 blocks east. The rumble grew louder. My phone rang. I looked at the screen. Caller ID, ME. My thumb hovered over the red button. I could answer. I could ignore it. What would you do? The ringing filled my apartment, too loud, too sharp, each tone drilling into my skull like a warning I couldn't decode. I didn't answer. The ringing stopped. The rumble stopped. The lights steadied. Silence wrapped around me like cold water, and for one desperate moment I thought I'd won. I was wrong. At 3 a.m. I opened my eyes. Cold air bit my exposed skin. The smell of bleach and damp concrete filled my lungs. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed in their familiar rhythm. My fingers gripped something solid, the handle of my cleaning cart. I stood on platform 7, holding my supplies, my uniform still on, my shoes still laced. I had no memory of leaving home, but what I found in my pocket would make me wish I'd answered that call. My hand found it before my mind did. The phone, smooth glass against my palm, still warm, still charged. I pulled it from my pocket under the flickering lights of platform 7, and something inside me snapped. The custodial office was empty at 3:15 in the morning. I grabbed the hammer from the tool cabinet, laid the phone on the concrete floor, raised the hammer high. The first strike sent cracks spiderwebbing across the screen. The sound echoed off metal lockers, sharp, final. I hit it again, again. Glass shattered into glittering pieces. The battery split open with a chemical smell that burned my nostrils. I kept swinging until my shoulder ached, until the phone was nothing but fragments and twisted metal and circuit board dust. Have you ever been so desperate you destroy the one thing that might give you answers? I scooped the pieces into a trash bag, walked to the compactor behind the maintenance room. The machine groaned as it swallowed the bag. I watched through the small window as the crusher descended, metal grinding against metal, a sound like bones breaking. The bag compressed into a flat, unrecognizable disc. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours. The rest of my shift passed in a haze of normalcy I hadn't felt in days. I mopped platform 4, restocked paper towels in the restrooms. Rachel's voice crackled over the radio at 5:30, asking about supply inventory. I answered with steady words, professional, grounded. At 6 a.m. I did my final sweep of platform 7, but what I found there would prove that some things refuse to stay broken. The phone sat on the bench, same spot as always. Screen intact, not a scratch. I picked it up with trembling fingers. Cold, impossibly cold, like it had been in a freezer, not freshly charged. I turned it over. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp had changed. It no longer read 6 hours ahead. It read 6:23 tomorrow. I stood there, staring at the phone in my hand. The timestamp glowed. 6:23 tomorrow, not 6 hours ahead anymore. You look different. The voice came from behind me, rough, like gravel scraped over concrete. I spun around. The homeless man stood 5 feet away. Jerry, I think someone had called him once. He smelled like old newspapers and rain-soaked wool. Different haircut, he said. His eyes didn't blink. But same face. Same name tag. My throat tightened. I don't. Vincent Carver. He pronounced each syllable carefully like he'd practiced. I remember you. The platform felt colder. Have you ever had someone look at you like they've seen your ghost? That's how Jerry stared. Not at me, through me. You don't know me, I said. I do. He stepped closer. His breath came in short, wheezing bursts. Seen you die 4 times now, always here. Always platform 7. He pointed one yellowed fingernail at the ground beneath our feet. Always at 6:23. My pulse hammered in my ears. The phone grew heavy in my palm. You're confused, I said. I've never, you have. Jerry reached into his coat. The fabric rustled. He pulled out a notebook, small, spiral-bound, the cover warped from moisture. He opened it with trembling hands. The pages were filled with dates, hundreds of them, all handwritten in cramped, desperate letters, all circled in red ink. But what I saw next made my knees buckle. Every single date was the same month, the same day, the same year, today's date. And beside each one in Jerry's shaking scrawl were 2 words repeated over and over. He died. He died. He died. How many times? Jerry's voice cracked. How many times are you going to let it happen? I could change it. If I couldn't escape the loop, maybe I could break it from the inside. The maintenance tunnels smelled like rust and old grease as I descended the access ladder near platform 7. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, finding the track switch mechanism. A metal box bolted to the tunnel wall, wires snaking into the concrete like veins. I yanked the manual override lever. Hard. The metal groaned, then clicked. The switch indicator light shifted from green to amber. Platform 7 was now disconnected from the 6:23 train route. Back in the custodial office, I filled out Form 412B with trembling hands. Track obstruction, structural concerns, recommend reroute until inspection complete. I checked every box that would force a delay. At 4:47 a.m., I radioed Rachel. Carver to supervisor. I need to file an emergency maintenance report. Her response came through laced with static. This better be legitimate, Vincent. Platform 7. Track switch shows signs of metal fatigue. Could be dangerous. Silence. Then, fine. I'll reschedule the 6:23 to 7 a.m. You're doing the inspection yourself tomorrow. I exhaled. For the first time in days, my chest didn't feel like it was being crushed. But the relief wouldn't last long. At 6:22 a.m., I stood on platform 4 watching the clock. 1 minute until the moment I always died. The station felt too quiet, too still. Then I heard it, a sharp metallic click echoing from the tunnels below. The same sound the track switch had made when I pulled it, only in reverse. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice, cold, mechanical, wrong somehow. Carver, I need you to clear debris from platform 7 before the 6:23 arrives. I looked at my watch. The schedule had changed back, and I realized something far worse than dying. I'd been trying to stop this before. The floor tilts beneath me. I blink, and I am standing on platform 4, mop in hand, squeezing dirty water into the bucket. The fluorescent lights hum their usual rhythm, but I am also still on platform 7, watching myself on platform 4, both places at once. My hands shake, both sets of them. The station stretches like taffy pulled too far. Platform 4 bleeds into platform 7. The walls curve wrong. The distance between them collapses and expands with each breath I take. Can you imagine feeling yourself exist in two places? Watching your own back while also being that person who doesn't know he's watched. I see myself walking toward the lost and found room. Yesterday, or last week, time has lost its edges. Brian takes the phone from my hand. I watch it happen. I am handing it to him. His bored expression. The way he tosses it into a cardboard box without looking. But what I witnessed next shattered everything I thought I understood about the loop. I am answering the phone now. On platform 7, my own voice crackling through the speaker, warning about the derailment. I watch my face go pale. I feel my face go pale, the same moment, different nights, all nights. The smell hits me, burning metal, acrid and sharp, coating my throat. The derailment, I hear it screeching. Twisting steel, screams that echo from nowhere and everywhere. The sound doesn't come from ahead of me. It comes from inside the walls, from beneath the tiles, from yesterday and tomorrow. It has already happened. It is always happening. The phone rings in my pocket. I never picked it up. It is there anyway. The station shudders. Every loop plays at once, stacked on top of each other like transparencies held to light. And then I see what Jerry meant when he said he watched me die. Reality snapped back. One point in time, one body, 6:22 a.m., platform 7. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed their usual sickly hum. Cold air pressed against my face, carrying the metallic taste of brake dust and old rust. My boots stood rooted to cracked tile. I was here, just here. Not fragmented across platforms or looping through memories. Solid, present. The phone buzzed in my right pocket. I froze. My hand had been empty seconds ago, minutes ago. I couldn't remember picking it up. I never picked it up. The weight pressed against my thigh anyway, vibrating in steady pulses. Ring, ring, ring. Through the tunnel ahead, a distant rumble grew louder. The 6:23 Express. I felt it through the soles of my feet, that familiar tremor climbing up my legs, rattling my spine. Rachel's voice exploded from my radio. Vincent, debris on 7. Clear it now or we delay the whole goddamn morning rush, static crackled. Her words distorted, repeated. Clear it now, clear it now. The debris sat 15 feet ahead. Metal brackets, coiled wire, the same pile I'd seen for. How many loops? How many times had I walked toward it, bent down, cleared it away? But I didn't know which choice would break the cycle. The train's headlight appeared in the tunnel mouth, a white eye growing brighter. The rails began to sing, that high-pitched metal whine building toward 6:23. 1 minute. 60 seconds. 3 paths stretched before me like branches splitting. I could board the train, throw myself into its path or through its doors, force something different. I could clear the debris, do my job, follow protocol, let the loop continue. Or I could run, leave the phone behind, abandon the platform, escape whatever held me here. What would you do? Knowing every choice might seal you into this moment forever. The phone kept ringing. My own voice waited on the other end, warning me, or lying to me. I didn't know anymore which version of myself to trust. The train was 30 seconds away. The platform trembled. Rachel's static voice repeated clearance demands. My hand hovered near my pocket, near the debris, near the stairwell leading up and out. And that's when I realized the truth. Whatever choice I made at 6:23 had already been made, was always being made, would never stop being made. I reached forward. I pulled the phone from my pocket. The screen glowed against the darkness. The train's headlights swept around the curve, closer now. I could hear the wheels screaming against the rails. I dropped it. The phone clattered onto the tracks, lay there. Still ringing, I stepped back. 6:23. The train hit the phone dead center. A burst of white sparks exploded outward, so bright I had to shield my eyes. The smell of burning electronics filled the platform. Acrid, chemical, wrong. The train wheels shrieked. Metal grinding metal. My chest tightened. Waited for the derailment. Waited for the sound of cars folding like paper. But the train passed safely. The tail lights disappeared into the tunnel. Silence rushed back in. Cold air settled on my skin. I exhaled. Didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. Rachel's voice crackled on the radio. "Carver, morning shift's here, you're clear." My shift ended. I went home, slept for the first time in days. Dreamless, heavy. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my apartment window. Real sunlight. I made coffee, watched the clock, felt normal, but what I didn't know then would change everything. The next night I returned to work, midnight shift. Same routine, same platforms. I told myself it was over, that dropping the phone had broken something, fixed something. At 3 a.m. I walked past platform 7 during my sweep. A phone sat on the bench. I stopped, stared at it. Fully charged, screen glowing in the dim fluorescent light. I picked it up with trembling fingers. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp read 6:23 a.m. today, 6 hours from now. The cycle hadn't ended. It had never ended. What would you do, knowing every choice leads back here? Knowing you'll stand on this platform forever, holding this phone, watching that train approach. I pressed the phone to my ear. It was already ringing. On the screen, I never came back out. I rewound it 3 times. Same result. The grainy black and white footage showed me walking toward the storage room door at 4:33 a.m. My hand reached for the handle. The fluorescent lights above flickered once, and I stepped inside. The timestamp continued. 4:34, 4:35, 4:36. The door never opened again, but I'm standing here right now. My fingers pressed pause. The pharmacy hummed around me. Refrigerators cycling, fluorescent tubes buzzing their constant static lullaby. I could smell the sharp bite of antiseptic cleaner mixed with something older. Stale. Like decades of night shifts trapped in linoleum. The time clock on the wall read 4:29 a.m., 5 minutes. I looked down at my hands on the prescription counter. Real, solid. The same hands I'd watched on that screen, reaching for a door I couldn't remember opening. When did I review this footage? Why couldn't I remember walking into that room? My shift log sat beside the keyboard. My handwriting filled yesterday's entry. Nothing unusual, nothing missing. But what the footage showed next made my breath catch. The back hallway remained empty for hours on the recording, until I walked past the camera again at 6:15 a.m. Same uniform, same tired posture, as if I'd been there the entire time, as if the storage room had never swallowed me at all. A sound echoed from the back of the pharmacy. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the storage room. My hands started to tremble. The clock ticked forward. 4:30 a.m. I could feel the seconds pulling me toward something I didn't understand, toward a door I'd already walked through, toward a room where I'd never come back, and whatever was making those footsteps was already inside. Those footsteps never came closer. My mind raced back to 2 weeks earlier, when I first heard them, when everything started. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless song. 4:30 a.m. Rain tapped against the pharmacy windows, gentle and rhythmic. I was counting inventory, something to keep my hands busy, my mind occupied. The night shift does that to you, makes you desperate for anything that feels like purpose. The door chime rang. He shuffled in from the storm, water dripping from a gray raincoat that looked decades old. 60s maybe. Hollow eyes sunk deep into his skull. The way he moved. Slow, deliberate, like every step required negotiation with his bones. Sleeping pills. His voice scraped out like sandpaper on wood. Please. I turned to the prescription counter. Do you have a script, or over the counter is fine? He leaned against the register and I caught the smell. Old antiseptic. The kind that clings to hospital hallways and never quite washes out. Been trying to sleep for 8 years now. I grabbed a bottle of diphenhydramine. My hands were steadier then. Insomnia's rough. Have you tried? I retired from this pharmacy 8 years ago. He stared past me at the storage room door. But I never stopped working. The bottle slipped, caught it. I'm sorry. Night shift. He smiled, but his lips didn't move right, too slow, like the expression arrived late. Just like you, Owen Trask. My throat tightened. Can you imagine hearing your own name in a stranger's mouth at 4:30 in the morning? But what happened next would change everything. He reached for his wallet, the signature on his credit card. I saw it before he pulled cash instead. Same as mine, exact spelling. Owen, not Owen, not Ewan, Owen. How do you? He walked past me toward the storage room. Sir, that's employees only. He didn't stop, didn't turn. The door opened. He stepped inside. The fluorescent light inside flickered once, twice, then went dark. I counted to 10, waited for him to realize his mistake and come back out. Silence. I walked to the storage room, pushed the door open. Empty. Shelves of medication. Boxes stacked to the ceiling. No gray raincoat. No man. No back exit. The air inside was cold enough to see my breath. I checked the time clock on my way back to the counter. My fingers traced the fresh punch card. The name printed at the top made my stomach drop. Owen Trask, clocked out at 4:34 a.m., but I was still standing there, and I'd never clocked in anyone else that night. And that's when I realized the storage room door had locked itself behind me. I spent the next morning searching every database. The computer hummed in the back office, screen glow painting my face blue as I scrolled through decades of employee records. My finger cramped on the mouse. Click, scroll, click. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed like insects trapped in glass. Nothing. No Owen Trask before me. No retirement record. No personnel file. I typed the name again, slower this time, as if precision could conjure proof from digital void. The system returned 0 results. When Denise arrived at 8, I cornered her by the coffee maker. The smell of burnt grounds mixed with her perfume, something floral and synthetic that made my head ache. Did someone named Owen Trask work here before? I kept my voice steady. Maybe 10 years ago, she laughed, actually laughed. Owen, honey, you need sleep. Real sleep, not whatever you're doing. I'm serious. A man came in and, you're working too many doubles. She poured her coffee without looking at me. Take tomorrow off. Doctor's orders. The conversation was over. She walked away, heels clicking on linoleum, and I stood there wondering if I'd even spoken aloud. What would you do when no one believes you? I returned to the pharmacy floor, hands shaking as I restocked shelves. My fingers brushed a prescription bottle wedged behind newer inventory. I pulled it free. The label was yellowed, faded. The handwriting was mine. That specific slant on the capital T, the way I looped my O's. But the date read March 7th, 1987. I was not born until 1991. The bottle felt ice cold in my palm. I stared at my own signature, impossible, undeniable, and understood then that something far worse than exhaustion was happening. Someone had been writing my name decades before I existed, and whoever it was, they were still here. I kept the bottle hidden in my pocket for the rest of that shift. The weight of it pressed against my thigh, a constant reminder that something impossible had carved my name into history before I existed. The next night, Mr. Petrov shuffled in at 4:03 a.m. for his insomnia medication. Same as always, but when I handed him the white paper bag, he smiled. "You gave me that same advice last week," he said, "about taking it with warm milk. Worked like a charm." I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks. I don't remember that," I said. He tapped the counter twice. "Sure you do. You were wearing that same blue watch. Told me you got it from your father." My wrist was bare. I'd never owned a watch in my life. He left before I could ask him what he meant. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the only sound in the empty pharmacy. My hands were shaking. What would you do? Would you convince yourself you'd forgotten, or would you start digging? I dug. The time clock hung on the wall behind the prescription counter. I pulled the drawer beneath it, rifling through weeks of punch cards. The paper felt brittle and cold under my fingertips, and there it was. My card showed clock-ins on September 9th and September 12th. I was home both those nights. I remembered. I'd called in sick with a migraine, but the proof contradicted my memory. What I found in the security footage room would unravel me completely. The monitor cast a pale glow across my face as I scrolled backward through hours of recordings. Night after night of empty aisles and flickering lights. The timestamp ticked in the corner. 4:28, 4:29, 4:30, 4:31, 4:32, 4:33. Then, nothing. Static. A gap lasting exactly 60 seconds. When the feed resumed at 4:34, the storage room door stood open, but I never came back out. I checked another night. Same gap. Same open door, same absence. 5 nights. 7 nights, 11 nights, every single time. I walked into that storage room at 4:33 a.m. and vanished from existence. The question wasn't who had been impersonating me anymore. The question was, where had I been going? I needed answers the storage room might provide. The door swung open with a groan that echoed too long in the narrow space. Cold air hit my face, not the manufactured chill of the pharmacy's air conditioning, but something deeper, older, the kind of cold that settles in abandoned places. My breath misted in front of me as I stepped inside. The smell struck me next. Antiseptic, but not the sharp chemical tang we used now. This was sweeter, heavier, like hospitals from decades ago. It clung to the back of my throat. Boxes lined metal shelves. Inventory I cataloged every week. And yet, there in the far corner, a filing cabinet I'd never noticed before. Gray metal, rusted at the edges. A lock hung from the top drawer, tarnished brass. My hands trembled as I searched the key ring Denise kept in the office. Most were labeled. One wasn't, small, brass. It slid into the lock with a click that made my stomach drop. The drawer opened with a shriek of metal on metal. Personnel files, dozens of them. I pulled the first one out and the paper felt wrong, too thick, too yellowed. The tab read Trask Owen, my file. But the higher date said 1962. I grabbed another. Trask Owen, hired 1971. Another, 1983, 1992, 2001, 2009, 2015. 7 files, 7 Owen Trasks, all assigned to night shifts. My pulse hammered in my ears as I opened each one. The handwriting on every application was identical. My handwriting, the same slant, the same loop in the capital T, the same pressure on the pen. But what I found at the bottom of each file made my vision blur. No termination date, not one. Just blank lines where the exit interviews should have been, and handwritten notes in the margins that all said the same thing. Still here. I palmed the amphetamines from aisle 3 at 2:30 a.m. The bitter taste dissolved under my tongue, chemical and sharp, burning as it went down. If sleep was the trap, then I wouldn't sleep. Simple. Can you blame me? The fluorescent lights began to hum differently around 3:15. Higher pitched. Wrong. I blinked and Mr. Petrov stood at the counter, except I hadn't heard the door chime. His lips moved, but the words arrived 2 seconds delayed like a badly dubbed film. My prescription, he said. I handed it to him. My fingers trembled. He flickered. There one moment, gone the next. The bottle sat on the counter where his hand should have been. The amphetamines sharpened everything into crystal edges. Every sound scraped against my eardrums. The refrigerator hum. My own breathing. Footsteps I couldn't locate. I pressed my palms against the cool laminate counter to anchor myself to something solid, something real. At 3:45, movement caught my eye outside the front window. Him, the older version of me, stood in the parking lot beneath the single street light. His mouth moved in desperate shapes. Warnings I couldn't hear through the glass. His hollow eyes locked onto mine, and I saw decades of exhaustion carved into his face. He pointed toward the clock, then at me, then at the storage room. I looked away. When I looked back, he was gone. What I saw at 4:15 broke something fundamental inside me. Behind the prescription counter where I stood, another version of me sorted pills into orange bottles. Same white coat, same tired posture, same everything. He worked as though I didn't exist, counting tablets with methodical precision. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked up and met my eyes. Neither of us spoke. But the real horror was this: I couldn't remember which one I was. At 4:27 a.m., I made my choice. If I walked into that storage room every night at 4:33, then I would go in early, before the cycle, before whatever mechanism pulled me through that door could activate. The amphetamine still buzzed in my blood as I pushed through the storage room entrance. The air inside hit me like stepping into a freezer, not the normal chill, but something deeper, bone cold. The door clicked shut behind me. I reached for the handle. My fingers closed around smooth wall. No, I spun around. The door was gone. Just cinderblock painted institutional beige, unbroken from floor to ceiling. I pressed my palms against it, searching for a seam, a crack, anything. But the wall was solid, real. My breath came faster, fogging in the frigid air. The clock on the opposite wall read 4:34 a.m. Impossible. I'd entered at 4:27. I watched the second hand. It didn't move. Frozen. But I could hear my watch ticking on my wrist, could feel time passing in the drum of my pulse. And then, sounds from beyond the wall. The pharmacy was still operating. I heard the register drawer slide open, the soft beep of the scanner, footsteps on linoleum, my footsteps, that familiar rhythm of pacing behind the counter. Someone was working my shift. Would you believe me if I told you I started laughing? The sound came out cracked, desperate. I tried to break the cycle by hiding inside it, and instead I'd locked myself in the very heart of the anomaly. The storage room wasn't where I disappeared to, it was where I'd always been. What I'd realized as the temperature dropped another impossible degree chilled me worse than the air. If the pharmacy was still running outside these walls, then what version of me was working the counter? And how many of us were trapped in here with me? I heard the breath first, not my own, someone else's. Slow and ragged like air pulled through damaged lungs. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. I felt it bite through my shirt, sink into my chest. He stood in the corner where no corner should exist. The older man, the one who'd asked for sleeping pills 2 weeks ago, hollow-eyed, exhausted, wearing the same Medi-Quick vest I had on but decades more faded. "You're starting to remember now," he said, his voice scraped like rust. "Aren't you?" "Remember what?" My own voice sounded thin, desperate. "The shift." He stepped closer. The smell of old antiseptic rolled off him, that same wrong smell that had lived in this room for weeks. "It never ends, Owen. We clock in, but we never clock out." My pulse hammered in my throat. "We" echoes. He pressed his palm against the cinder block where the door used to be. His hand left no warmth. All of us, the same person, trapped in the same infinite shift. I wanted to laugh, to scream. Can you imagine hearing that? That you're not even real anymore. That's insane. You died 8 years ago. His eyes locked onto mine, dead calm. Robbery, 4:34 a.m., right out there at the counter. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. But what he said next made everything worse. "The pharmacy absorbed you," he continued, "pulled you in. You've been working ever since, forgetting every time the loop resets. Forgetting you're already gone. He smiled, but there was no comfort in it, only resignation. Retirement doesn't exist for us. My knees buckled. I braced against the shelf, metal bit into my palm, cold and real. No, no, I'm alive. I drove here tonight. Did you? He tilted his head. Or do you just remember driving here? The question hung in the frozen air, and I realized I couldn't answer it. I clawed at the storage room walls until my fingernails split. The concrete was ice cold, slick with something that smelled like formaldehyde and rust. My breath came in ragged gasps. The wall gave way to a door I hadn't seen before. The pharmacy counter stretched before me. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The time clock read 4:29. I spun around, ran back through the door. It opened too. The counter again. Same humming lights, same frozen time. What would you do? When every exit leads to the same beginning. I tried 7 more doors: storage room, break room, bathroom. Each one dumped me behind that counter like a skipping record. My legs buckled. I crawled to the security monitor, hands shaking so badly I could barely press the rewind button. The screen flickered. Multiple feeds displayed simultaneously, different dates, different angles. And there I was, 12 versions of me, some younger, some grayer, all wearing the same vest, all stocking the same shelves at 4:32 a.m. across nights that spanned decades. But what I saw next would shatter everything I thought I understood about the loop. I scrolled back, further, 8 years to the night I supposedly died. The timestamp read 4:33 a.m. A figure in a black hoodie entered frame, moving toward the register. I watched myself, the me from 8 years ago, look up from the pill bottles. The robber raised a gun. My younger self lifted his hands, said something. The robber stepped closer into the light of the fluorescent fixture overhead. I pressed my face to the monitor. The hoodie fell back. No. The robber's face was mine, hollow-eyed, ancient. The same face that had just told me I was dead. And that's when I understood. I wasn't just trapped in the loop. I was the loop. I stand behind the counter at 4:30 a.m. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead. That familiar hum I've heard for decades, or maybe just weeks. Time doesn't mean what it used to. The antiseptic smell is comforting now. Isn't that strange? What would you do if the thing that trapped you became the only thing you knew? The door chimes. A young woman enters, 20-something, dark hair pulled back, nervous smile. She carries a folder against her chest like armor. Denise appears from the back office, coffee in hand. The steam rises between them. "This is Owen," Denise says, gesturing toward me. "He'll show you the ropes tonight." The woman extends her hand. I take it. Her palm is warm. Mine feels cold, dead cold. "I'm really excited," she says. Her voice is bright, hopeful. "I've been looking for something stable. Night shifts are perfect for my schedule." I open my mouth. Nothing. I try again. My throat works. My lips move. But no sound emerges, not even a whisper. The pharmacy swallows every syllable before it can form. The woman doesn't notice. She's already looking around, taking inventory of her new prison. Denise hands her a name tag. She pins it to her shirt, fingers fumbling slightly. I watch the metal catch the fluorescent glare. Her name is printed clearly, Not mine. Not yet. But what happened to me will happen to her. I know that now. The clock on the wall ticks forward. 4:33, 4:34. My hand moves on its own. I reach for the time clock, punch out. The card slots into place with a mechanical click. The woman smiles at me as I grab my coat. "See you tomorrow," she asks. I nod. She will understand soon. When the older version of herself walks through that door at 4:30 a.m. requesting pills she'll never take, when she finds personnel files with her handwriting from years before she was born, she will understand that some shifts never end. The dashboard clock flickers to 3:13 a.m. I sit frozen in my truck, engine idling, watching a man in groundskeeper uniform cross Oak Ridge Cemetery. The green glow from the dash lights my trembling hands. Cold air seeps through the cracked window, carrying the smell of wet earth and rotting oak leaves. He carries white lilies. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it with my sleeve. The figure moves between headstones with purpose, deliberate, unhurried. The October darkness swallows most of him, but I catch pieces. Dark uniform, broad shoulders, something wrong with his gait. He limps. My ACL throbs in response, that phantom ache I've carried for 2 years. The same hitch in the left leg, the same compensating lean. Can you imagine watching yourself from 40 yards away? The coffee in my cup has gone cold. I don't remember buying coffee. The truck's heater rattles, but I'm shivering anyway. The man passes beneath the one working lamppost, and for 3 seconds, yellow light catches him full on. Oak Ridge Cemetery maintenance uniform. Stitched name on the chest. My name. But what froze the blood in my veins were the boots. Steel-toed Carolinas. Left one with the scuff mark from the shed door. Right one with the replaced laces, brown instead of black because I'd run out. I'm looking at my boots, walking away from me. The figure reaches section D and kneels beside a grave I know too well, though I've never understood why I know it. The dashboard clock flickers again, still 3:13. He turns his head and looks directly at my truck. The memory surfaces like cold water. 3 weeks earlier, the cemetery had felt ordinary. Morning rounds at 6:30, my breath fogging in October air, boots crunching through grass still silver with dew. Section D, row 12. The same route I'd walked every day for 8 months. That's when I saw them. White lilies, fresh, arranged carefully against Margaret Hartwell's headstone. I stopped mid-step. The flowers were pristine, petals still closed tight, stems wrapped in brown paper that hadn't softened from moisture. No wilting, no browning at the edges. They couldn't have been there more than an hour. But no one visits this grave. I know because I checked the logs. Margaret Hartwell died in 1987. No family listed. No flowers in decades. Her section sits in the far corner where the old-growth oaks block out the morning sun, where visitors never wander. The grass around her stone had gone to seed years before I started working here. I crouched down, my bad knee protesting. The dew soaked through my uniform pants, cold, immediate. I reached for the flowers and my fingertips brushed the headstone. Warm. Can you imagine? Stone that should have been ice cold in October dawn, warm like skin. I pulled my hand back, looked around. The cemetery stretched empty in all directions. 40 acres of silence broken only by the distant hum of the highway. No tire tracks on the access road. No footprints in the dew except my own trail leading here. The lilies had simply appeared. I picked them up. The paper crinkled too loudly in the quiet. No card, no ribbon, just flowers that shouldn't exist, left on a grave no one remembered. But what I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that this was only the beginning. I carried them back to the shed, my limp more pronounced on the uneven ground. The stone building smelled like earth and old coffee. I set the lilies on the desk and stared at them under the dusty window light. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was nothing, a mistake, someone visiting the wrong grave in the dark. I'd find an explanation in the visitor logs, in the security notes Patricia left. There had to be a reason. There had to be, but when I checked the logs, nothing. The cemetery had been locked since 8 p.m. the night before. No cars, no entry, no one. I looked at the flowers again. The brown paper had darkened where my wet fingers had gripped it. The lilies sat perfectly still, their scent wrong somehow, too sweet, too thick, like they'd been grown in a place where normal rules didn't apply. That's when the real questions started crawling into my mind. Questions I should have asked right then. Questions that might have changed everything if I'd been braver, smarter, more willing to see what was already right in front of me. Who brings flowers to the forgotten dead? And why did the stone feel warm? But I didn't investigate that morning. Didn't go back to the grave. I threw the flowers in the trash behind the shed and tried to forget about them. Tried to convince myself it was nothing. Because the alternative, that something impossible had happened in my cemetery on my watch, was too much to accept. The next morning, the lilies were there again. Day 3, the lilies were back. I stood in Section D at dawn, staring at the white petals against the gray stone. Fresh, perfect, like someone had placed them minutes before I arrived. My breath misted in the October cold, but when I knelt and pressed my palm to Margaret Hartwell's headstone, warmth radiated through the granite. I jerked my hand back. No footprints in the frost. No tire tracks on the access road. I'd checked the gate lock myself the night before, rusted shut, same as always. Day 4, day 5, day 6. Every morning the flowers returned. I stopped removing them. Instead, I checked the visitor logs going back 2 months. Empty pages. I reviewed the security camera footage from the main entrance. Grainy, useless, showing nothing but deer and wind-blown leaves. Patricia gave me a concerned look when I asked about night maintenance schedules, but I didn't explain. How could I? Have you ever felt watched by the past? That weight between your shoulder blades like eyes you can't see. I started spending my lunch breaks in the basement archive beneath the shed. Moldy file boxes stacked to the ceiling, a single bulb swinging overhead. The smell of damp paper and earth clung to everything. I found Margaret Hartwell's burial record in a water-stained ledger. Died October 1987, age 34, no surviving family listed, no service held. 38 years in the ground. Alone. But someone remembered her, someone who left no trace. That night I returned to the grave after my shift ended. The stone was warm again, and this time I caught it. A scent, faint as a whisper, threading through the cold air. Lilac perfume. And that's when I realized The flowers weren't the real message. I drove to the hardware store at noon. My hands shook mounting the camera to the oak tree, the metal cold enough to burn my palms. The screws kept slipping. My ACL throbbed with each shift of weight, that deep ache that never really leaves. I angled the lens toward Margaret Hartwell's headstone 20 feet away. The stone looked ordinary in daylight, gray, weathered, dead, but I'd felt the warmth. I limped back to the shed and tested the monitor. Grainy black and white feed, motion activated, battery backup, professional enough. Patricia would fire me if she knew I was doing this, wasting equipment on. What? A hunch. Can you blame someone for needing proof? That night I sat in the shed's break room, watching the small screen glow in the darkness. Cold coffee in a chipped mug. The smell of earth and mildew pressed close. The cemetery outside my window was silent, perfectly silent. No wind, no animals, just nothing. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. My breathing filled the room, but it sounded wrong somehow. Delayed, like an echo arriving before the original sound. I checked the monitor every 30 seconds. The grave sat empty in infrared glow. White lilies from this morning still rested against the stone. I'd left them there on purpose. A test. 2:45 a.m. My eyelids grew heavy. The coffee had gone room temperature an hour ago. Maybe this was stupid. Maybe I was losing it, sitting here in the dark, watching a dead woman's grave like some kind of. But what I didn't know yet was that the camera had already been watching me. 3:14 a.m. Movement detected. The monitor chimed. I lurched forward, knocking the mug to the floor. On screen, a figure crossed the frame, walking toward the grave, limping, wearing my uniform. I hit rewind. The footage jerked backward, the figure retreating from the grave in stuttered steps. My finger trembled on the mouse. Play again. 3:14 a.m. The man appeared at the edge of the frame, limping. That same hitch in his right leg I'd carried since the ACL tear. The one that made me drag my boot through mud. He walked closer, closer. I paused the feed, zoomed in. The uniform was mine, dark green, frayed at the collar. But that wasn't. I leaned into the monitor until my nose nearly touched the screen. There, stitched above the chest pocket. Miller, my name. Have you ever seen your own face where it shouldn't be? Not a reflection. Not a photograph you forgot taking. Something else. Something wrong. I zoomed further. The pixels fractured into gray squares, but the features held. My jawline. My receding hairline, the scar through my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. My hands were slick, cold. I wiped them on my jeans and clicked forward frame by frame. The figure bent, placed white lilies on the stone, then stood, motionless. The timestamp crawled forward, 8 minutes. He never moved. Just stared down at Margaret Hartwell's grave like he was waiting for permission to leave. But the worst detail was still hidden in the footage. I scrubbed to the end. 3:22 a.m. The figure turned and limped back toward the shed, toward the camera. His face filled the frame for one perfect second before the motion sensor timed out. It wasn't just similar. It was identical. The coffee I'd been nursing all night surged up my throat. I lunged for the trash can, gripping the cold metal rim as bile splashed against crumpled receipts. The smell mixed with stale grounds. My stomach convulsed again and again. When I could breathe, I wiped my mouth with shaking fingers. The basement. The old personnel files Patricia never looked at. If someone was doing this, if this was some sick joke, what I found in those files would make this look merciful. The basement stairs creaked beneath my boots. Each step down felt like descending into cold water, the temperature dropping with every footfall. The single hanging bulb at the bottom swayed slightly, though I hadn't touched it yet. The smell hit me first. Mold and old paper and something underneath, something sweet and wrong. I pulled the chain. Yellow light spilled across concrete walls lined with metal filing cabinets, their surfaces filmed with decades of dust. Personnel records, 1920s through present day. My hands shook as I pulled open drawer after drawer. The folders were organized by decade, their manila edges soft with age and moisture. 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. I flipped through names I didn't recognize, faces faded to sepia ghosts in stapled photographs. Henderson, Kowalski, Marino. My fingers stopped. Aldridge Thomas. The folder felt heavier than it should. I carried it to the rickety card table beneath the bulb and opened it with hands that no longer felt like mine. Employment date, March 4th, 1986. Date of termination, October 19th, 1987. Reason for termination. The words blurred. I blinked. Read them again. Deceased. Found on premises. My throat closed. I turned the page. Incident report. Police notation. The handwriting was tight, efficient, bureaucratic. Body discovered 0300 hours by night patrol officer. Location, Section D, Row 12. Margaret Hartwell gravesite. Time of death estimated, 03:14 a.m. No signs of foul play. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. No next of kin notified. 03:14. The numbers burned. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My vision tunneled to the final page clipped inside the folder. Personnel photograph, required for all employees. I lifted it with trembling fingers. The face staring back at me was mine. Same receding hairline, same scar above the left eyebrow, same exhausted eyes. But the date stamp in the corner read April 7th, 1986. And in the margin, someone had written in faded blue ink. He said he'd been here before. I blinked, and the day was gone. My truck sat parked in Section B, engine cold. The sun hung low and orange through skeletal oaks. I was holding my rake, but the pile of leaves at my feet looked hours old, dry and crackling. My ACL throbbed like I'd been walking for miles. I couldn't remember anything after lunch. Panic crawled up my throat. Can you imagine losing 6 hours of your life, not sleeping through them, not forgetting them, just gone? I checked my phone, 4:17 p.m. The last thing I remembered was eating a sandwich in the shed at 11:30. I drove back to the office, hands shaking on the wheel. The heater blasted, but I couldn't get warm. That's when the smell hit me. Lilac, sweet and cloying like standing inside a funeral home cooler. It filled the cab thick enough to taste. There were no flowers in my truck. The next morning it happened again. I was trimming hedges near the south fence, and then I was standing at Margaret Hartwell's grave with pruning shears still in my hand. No memory of the walk, no sense of time passing, just a blank space where my mind should have been. The headstone felt warm under my palm, despite the October cold. But what terrified me most wasn't the missing time. That evening, I stood at the shed window washing my hands. The water ran rust-brown from the pump. My reflection stared back, hollow-eyed and pale, and behind me, oh God, behind my left shoulder another face, same features, same uniform, watching me with eyes that didn't blink. I spun around, empty shed, just tools and dust and silence. The lilac smell intensified until my eyes watered, and somewhere in the gathering dark, I heard footsteps that matched my limp. One heavy, one light, one heavy, one light, walking toward me through rows of graves I couldn't see. I spread the files across the shed floor. Thomas Aldridge's personnel record, my own, side by side in the dust. The dates matched, not similar, identical. Thomas tore his ACL in April 1986. Spring maintenance accident, mower rolled on uneven ground. I tore mine April 2023. Same month. Same equipment failure. Same everything. My hands shook as I flipped through his medical leave forms. The paper felt cold. Wrong. 8 weeks recovery for both of us. 8 weeks before we returned to work, limping changed. Thomas's wife filed for divorce in June 1986. Linda filed against me June 2023. I traced the words with my finger. The complaints were nearly identical. Emotional distance. Refusal to communicate, a husband who'd become a stranger. The lilac smell thickened in my throat. I grabbed my own hiring date. October 1st, 2023. Thomas's hiring date. October 1st, 1986. Exactly 37 years apart. Can you imagine discovering you're not living your own life? That every choice you thought you made, someone made before you. My breath came in short gasps. The shed walls pressed closer. I counted backwards from the dates. Thomas died November 4th, 1987. 1 year and 34 days after he started, I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed harsh in the darkness. November 3rd, 2024. Tomorrow. 1 year. 34 days. The pattern was perfect. Every injury, every loss, every lonely night in this cemetery. I wasn't replacing Thomas Aldridge. I was him, living his life again, step by step, moment by moment. Trapped in a loop I couldn't see until now. But the worst realization was still coming. I stumbled outside. The night air did nothing to clear my head. My boots, the same boots Thomas wore in that photo, crunched on gravel as I walked without thinking. My body knew where to go. Margaret Hartwell's grave. The headstone gleamed under moonlight. I dropped to my knees, pressed my palm against the marble. Warm, always warm. The heat crawled up my arm like something alive. "Why?" I whispered. The lilac scent wrapped around me, suffocating, sweet. I tried to stand, to walk away. My legs wouldn't move. Not yet, not paralyzed, just waiting, like they knew something I didn't, like they'd done this before and would do it again. I thought about the footage. The figure at 3:14 a.m. Same limp, same face. That was me tomorrow night, or tonight. Time didn't work right here anymore. The compulsion started as a whisper in my skull. You have to come back. I shook my head, fought it. My ACL throbbed with phantom pain. You have to bring the flowers. No. The word barely escaped my lips. The whisper became a command, undeniable, absolute. Tonight, 3:14 a.m., you will walk to this grave. I wanted to run, to drive away and never return, to call Patricia, call Linda, call anyone who might pull me out of this nightmare. But my truck keys felt heavy in my pocket, too heavy to lift. My limbs belonged to something else now, something that had been guiding me for months, positioning me, preparing me. The loop was closing, and I couldn't fight what was already written. Because tomorrow night, no, tonight, in just a few hours, I would become the figure on that camera. I would bring the lilies. I would stand at this grave for exactly 8 minutes. And what happened after those 8 minutes? That was the part Thomas's file didn't say. My legs carry me forward without permission. Left foot, right foot. The limp I know by heart, playing out like muscle memory that belongs to someone else. White lilies press cold against my palm. I didn't buy them. Can't remember picking them up. But here they are, real as the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The October air tastes metallic. Wrong. 3:13 a.m. I checked my truck's dashboard before my body pulled me out. But that clock runs 8 minutes fast, always has, which means, oh, I'm late. Section D spreads before me in shadow. The oaks overhead don't move. No wind, just silence thick enough to choke on. My ACL throbs with each step, but I can't stop. Won't stop. Something else steers now. Then I see him, standing at Margaret Hartwell's grave. Same uniform, same posture, same my breath catches. He turns. It's my face staring back at me. Every line, every scar from the divorce I don't talk about. The exhaustion I see each morning in the shed's dusty mirror. All of it, reflected in a man who shouldn't exist. We stand 3 feet apart. The smell of lilac rises between us, cloying and sweet, though no flowers bloom in October. It coats my throat, makes me want to gag. His lips move. My voice comes out. You are 8 minutes late. The words land like a punch. I try to speak. Can't, my tongue won't obey. He steps closer. Close enough I can see he doesn't blink, doesn't breathe. You know what happens now, he says, still my voice. Still that calm, dead tone, and the terrible thing is, I do. But what he whispered next made me understand why Thomas Aldridge never left this place. I step forward, and Thomas steps back. No, not back. Into. The lilies fall from my hand. The smell of lilac erupts around us, suffocating, sweet as rot. His cold fingers brush mine, my own fingers, and the touch burns like frostbite. My ACL throbs, his throbs, same leg, same scar, same everything. 8 minutes, he whispers. Always 8 minutes. The grave beneath our feet pulses warmth through my boots. 3:14 plus 8 equals 3:22. The dashboard clock in my truck, always 8 minutes fast. The engine still running somewhere behind me in the dark. I can hear it idling, faint and distant like a heartbeat fading. We are merging. Can you imagine what that feels like? His memories pour into mine, standing at this grave in 1987, finding flowers he didn't leave, installing his own camera, discovering his own face in files. The loop doesn't repeat. It layers. Thomas never left because I am Thomas, and someone before him, and someone before that. But what happened at 3:22 was worse than I'd imagined. The warmth from the stone spreads up through my legs into my chest. My vision blurs. Thomas's face, my face, fades like fog burning off at sunrise. I try to scream. No sound comes. The cemetery swallows me whole. Dawn breaks cold and gray. The new groundskeeper parks his truck near Section D, coffee steaming in his hand. He limps slightly, bad knee from years ago, as he begins his first morning rounds at Oak Ridge. Margaret Hartwell's grave wears fresh white lilies. No footprints in the frost. In the shed, he'll find personnel files later. 2 photographs paper-clipped inside. Thomas Aldridge, 1987. Ethan Miller, last week. Identical faces staring back. Both gone at 3:22 a.m. The smell hit me before I even turned the key. Death, or something close to it. That sour sweet rot that burrows into your throat and stays there. Brenda had called it in 3 hours ago, refused to go near the room herself. I didn't blame her. The graveyard shift was mine to own, my penance for avoiding daylight and people who asked questions I couldn't answer. Room 118, ground floor, corner unit. The master key felt heavier than usual. My hand shook just slightly as I slid it into the lock. The metallic click echoed down the empty hallway. I pushed the door open and stopped. The room was empty, bed made, corners tight. No luggage, no guest. The smell should have been overwhelming in here, but it wasn't. It was faint, wrong, like it was coming from inside the walls instead of the air. I stepped inside. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you hold your breath without meaning to. That's when I saw the bathroom mirror. Condensation covered the glass in a thick fog, droplets sliding down in slow trails. But the room was cold. No steam. No shower running. And in the center of that wet surface, someone had traced words with their finger. I'm still checked in. Don't enter after midnight. My pulse hammered in my ears. Who writes a message? In an empty room. I grabbed a towel and wiped the mirror clean. My reflection stared back, pale and exhausted. Just my imagination, I told myself. Just another reason I shouldn't work nights. But what I found when I returned to the front desk would prove that some warnings aren't meant to be ignored. I pulled up the guest log on the computer. Room 118. Occupied. Checked in 13 minutes ago. The name on the screen was mine. My hand hovered over the phone. The receiver felt heavier than it should, cold plastic slick against my palm. Room 118 shouldn't be occupied. The bed was made. The room was empty, but the computer doesn't lie. I dialed the extension. 118. The line clicked open before the first ring finished. No greeting, just breathing, wet, labored like someone drowning on dry land. Hello, my voice cracked. This is the front desk. I need to verify. The breathing stopped. Silence pressed against my ear, thick and waiting. Then a voice came through. My voice. Same flat Oklahoma accent. Same tired rasp from too many graveyard shifts. You weren't supposed to open that room. My throat closed. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I've been dead in the walls for 6 months, the voice continued, calm and patient. Now you let me out. The line went dead with a soft click. I dropped the receiver. It swung by its cord, tapping against the desk in a slow rhythm. The stale coffee I'd poured an hour ago had gone cold, but I could smell something else now. That chemical odor from 118 seeping down the hallway. Formaldehyde. Rot. Something preserved but decaying anyway. Can you imagine hearing your own voice tell you you're dead? But what happened next made my blood turn to ice. Down the hallway, past the vending machines and the ice dispenser, a door opened. Not a quick motion, slow, deliberate. The hinges creaked in the empty silence. Then footsteps, heavy, steady, coming toward the lobby. I stared at the security monitor. The hallway camera showed nothing. Empty corridor, flickering fluorescent lights. But I could hear them. Closer. The drag of shoes on worn carpet. The slight scrape of something being pulled behind. The footsteps stopped just outside my office door. My eyes snapped to the security monitor. The grainy black and white feed showed the hallway. And this time, something was there. A figure in a motel uniform moved toward the camera with slow, deliberate steps. Each footfall echoed through the thin office door behind me, perfectly synced with the dragging sound that scraped against the carpet runner. Something heavy, something wet. The chemical stench grew thicker, formaldehyde mixed with copper. I leaned closer to the screen. The figure's head was down, shoulders hunched forward like he'd been walking for hours. The dragging thing behind him left a dark smear on the carpet. I couldn't see what it was. The angle was wrong, but I heard it fabric and weight pulled with rhythmic effort. The figure stopped beneath the hallway camera. Then, oh God, he looked up. My face stared back at me from the monitor. Not similar, not close, exact. Same crooked nose from the high school fight I never talked about. Same scar through my left eyebrow. Same expression I wore when I was too tired to fake being okay. But what I saw in those eyes wasn't exhaustion. It was patience. What would you do if you saw yourself walking toward you in the middle of the night? I lunged for the office door. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, cold metal biting into my palm, and I twisted it just as the footsteps stopped outside. The dragging sound ceased. Silence flooded the gap beneath the door, thick and expectant. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, testing. My breath caught in my throat. The knob rotated a full 90 degrees, held there, then released with a soft click. Nothing. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. The chemical smell began to fade, retreating back down the hallway like fog pulled by an unseen tide. I forced myself to look at the monitor again. The hallway was empty. No figure, no smear on the carpet, just fluorescent lights buzzing over stained walls. But I knew what I'd seen, and what I hadn't yet understood was still out there, waiting for me to figure out the rules. I needed answers. The filing cabinet stood in the corner behind the desk, dented metal cold under my palm. I yanked the bottom drawer. It scraped open with a shriek that made my teeth ache. Inside, manila folders thick with mildew and neglect. The smell hit me, old paper and something damp rotting. How long since anyone looked at these? I pulled out the employee records. My fingers shook as I flipped through them. 3 names jumped out. Night auditors, all within the past 3 years. Colin Draper, vanished 6 months ago. Mid-shift, no notice, no call. Gloria's note in red ink, no show, presumed quit. But people don't just vanish, do they? I kept digging. Found the logbook stacked beneath the folders, pages yellowed and curling. Draper's final entries were dated March 9th. The handwriting started neat, then grew erratic, slanted, pressed so hard the pen tore through. March 8th. Quiet night. Guest in 118 paid cash for the week. Keeps curtains drawn. March 9th. Guest in 118 knows my name. How? That was it. The last line he ever wrote. My pulse hammered in my ears. The silence around me felt thick. Waiting, what would you do if you found that? If you saw your predecessor's terror preserved in ink? I turned the page. The next entry was dated March 10th. Different handwriting. Smooth. Careful, it said, Derek Paulson, first shift, all quiet. But I didn't start working here 6 months ago. Did I? The air in the office grew colder. I could see my breath now, faint clouds in the dim light. Behind me, something creaked, the soft groan of a floorboard adjusting to weight. I wasn't alone anymore. I didn't wait for whatever shared the office with me. I ran. The side exit door slammed behind me, and gray dawn light spilled through windows that faced the parking lot. Wrong direction. I'd gone through the side door, should have been facing the dumpsters and the tree line. Instead, the lobby spread out before me. Same scuffed tile, same flickering fluorescence. My breath came in short gasps. The cold morning air tasted metallic like blood or rust. I turned back. The door I just exited, labeled office, sat exactly where it should be, behind me, not in front. I tried the front entrance, pushed through. 3 steps onto the concrete walkway, and my shoes squeaked on tile again. Lobby. The same crooked vacancy sign buzzed in the window. What would you do? Keep trying, or accept what your gut already knows? I tried 4 more exits. Maintenance closet. Emergency door by the ice machine. The back delivery entrance that always stuck. Every single one spat me back into that lobby like a dog on an invisible chain. But the real nightmare waited outside in the parking lot. My sedan sat in its usual spot under the broken lamppost. I yanked the door handle, cold enough to burn my palm, and dropped into the driver's seat. Turned the key. Click. Click, nothing. The engine didn't even turn over, just dead silence. I tried again and again. The steering wheel felt wrong under my hands, too smooth, too cold, like touching a corpse. I looked up at the motel through the windshield. Started driving anyway, coasting in neutral down the slight grade of the lot. The exit was 30 yards away. 20. 10. The hood ornament passed the painted yellow line marking the property boundary, and suddenly I was rolling backward. Up the grade, back toward my parking spot. The motel loomed larger in the rearview mirror. I slammed the brakes. Didn't matter. The car drifted backward until the tires kissed the curb in the exact spot I'd started. The phone. Inside. I had to call someone. Gloria answered on the second ring. Pineview Motor Lodge. Gloria, thank God, it's me, it's Derek. Something's wrong here, I can't. I'm sorry. Her voice was pleasant, distant. Who is this? My throat closed. Derek. Derek Paulson. I work the night shift. I've been working here for. Derek Paulson quit 6 months ago, hun. She paused. I heard papers rustling. Didn't even give notice, just stopped showing up. Who is this? And why are you calling from the motel phone? The line went dead in my hand. And that's when I heard footsteps in the hallway, coming from room 118. I moved, didn't think, just ran. The staff bathroom, closest door, no windows. I slammed it shut and locked it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The footsteps had stopped, or maybe they were waiting. I pressed my back against the cold tile wall and tried to steady myself. Think. I dug into my back pocket, fingers fumbling for my wallet. The leather was worn, familiar. But when I flipped it open under the flickering fluorescent light, nothing made sense. My driver's license stared back at me. Derek James Paulson, my face, my address, but the expiration date, last year, March. I blinked, checked again. The plastic felt real enough, smooth under my thumb, but the numbers didn't lie. How long had I been carrying an expired license without noticing? Can you imagine going months without checking something so basic? My phone. I pulled it from my pocket, hands shaking. The screen glowed faintly, no signal. The date frozen at April 19th, 6 months ago. The battery icon showed full, but nothing moved. No notifications, no time ticking forward. Just stuck, my chest tightened. The air in the bathroom smelled faintly of bleach and something else. Something metallic, like old pennies left in water. I looked up. The mirror above the sink reflected me standing there, phone in hand, face pale under the bad lighting. I lowered my phone. My reflection lowered its phone a heartbeat later. I froze, raised my hand, watched the mirror version lift its hand. Slowly, too slowly, like it was moving through something thicker than air. But what I discovered when I touched that glass changed everything. I reached forward. My fingertips met the surface. Ice cold. No colder than ice. The kind of cold that burns. I pulled back. My reflection stayed pressed against the glass. And then it smiled. I wasn't smiling. The thing wearing my face widened its grin, and its lips began to move, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass. I ran. The bathroom door slammed behind me, and the fluorescent hallway lights flickered once, twice, then steadied into that sickly yellow glow. My shoes squeaked against the linoleum. Too loud. Everything was too loud. My breathing. My heartbeat, the hum of the ice machine at the end of the corridor. Behind me, I heard it, a door opening, slow, deliberate, not the bathroom door, something else. I didn't look back, couldn't. My legs carried me past room 114, 115, 116. The numbers blurred, but I felt the distance shrinking between us. Between me and whatever was wearing my face. The overhead lights began to flicker in sequence, chasing me down the hallway like dominoes falling. Click, 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 each bulb dimming as I passed, then brightening again behind me. I reached the junction where the hallway split toward the lobby, and the door to the laundry room stood half open on my right. I ducked inside. Pulled the door shut. No lock. The laundry room smelled like bleach and damp fabric, that thick chemical sweetness that coats the back of your throat. 2 industrial washers, a folding table, shelves of threadbare towels. I pressed my back against the wall beside the door, trying to slow my breathing, trying to think. But what I heard next made thinking impossible. Footsteps in the hallway, even, patient. The sound of shoes on linoleum, measured and calm, like someone taking a midnight stroll. And then, my own voice, calling my name. Derek. Have you ever heard your own voice from outside your body? Not a recording, those always sound wrong, distorted. This was perfect. Every inflection, every tonal quality. The exact pitch I heard in my own skull when I spoke. Derek, I know you're close. The footsteps stopped. right outside the laundry room door. I held my breath. The silence stretched so long I thought maybe it had moved on. But that hope died when I heard the soft scrape of fingernails dragging down the wooden door. Slow, deliberate, 4 lines, top to bottom. Then the footsteps resumed, moving away, fading toward the far end of the motel. I waited, counted to 60 in my head, then 60 more. The washer hummed beside me, though I knew for certain it hadn't been running when I entered. The sound was rhythmic, almost like breathing. In and out, in and out. That's when I noticed the smell. It had been faint before, that chemical death stench from room 118. But now it was stronger, thicker, seeping through the walls themselves like something rotting behind the drywall. I turned slowly toward the wall I'd been leaning against. The paint was old, cracked in places, yellowed, but beneath my palm the surface felt warm, not room temperature, not the ambient heat of a building. This was body warmth, feverish, pulsing almost. I snatched my hand away, and as I did, I heard it, scratching. Inside the wall, something moving, dragging, clawing. The sound traveled from my left to my right, following the length of the wall behind the washers. Deliberate, methodical, like fingers testing the drywall from the other side, searching for weak points, searching for a way through. I backed toward the door. My hand found the knob, but before I could turn it, the scratching stopped. And in the silence that followed, I heard my own voice again, closer now, just outside, whisper something that turned my blood to ice. "I know what you did, Derek. I know why you can't remember." The doorknob began to turn beneath my hand. The doorknob stopped turning. I didn't wait to see why. I shoved through the laundry room's rear service door, didn't know it existed until panic made me look, and stumbled into the cold night air. But the air smelled wrong. Chemical. Familiar. I was standing outside room 118. The door stood open, waiting. My legs moved before my brain caught up. I crossed the threshold and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. The smell hit me like a fist. That sickly sweet rot I'd been chasing all night, concentrated here, soaking into the carpet and walls. The scratching sound started again, not from the hallway, from inside the wall behind the headboard. Something was in there, something that had been clawing for a very long time. I grabbed the headboard and yanked it away from the wall. The drywall behind it bulged outward, warped and soft with moisture. I could see cracks spreading like veins. Whatever was behind it had been trying to get out, or trying to make room. I drove my fist through the drywall. It gave way with a wet crunch, and the smell that poured out made me gag. Rotting meat and mildew and something else, something older. I tore at the edges, pulling away chunks of plaster and insulation, widening the hole until I could see into the darkness beyond. A crawl space, barely 3 feet deep, and it wasn't empty. Fabric, rotting. Dark shapes wedged into the narrow cavity like sardines in a tin. I fumbled for my phone, shone the light inside, and my stomach turned to ice. 3 bodies. Can you imagine finding yourself staring at your own future? Because that's what I saw in that crawl space. They wore the same uniform I had on. Pale blue shirts, name tags still pinned to their chests despite the advanced decay. I leaned closer, bile rising in my throat, and read the names embossed on tarnished plastic. Draper, HSU, Alvarez. The missing night auditors, all of them, stacked in the walls like forgotten luggage. But what chilled me most wasn't the bodies. It was the fresh scratches on the inside of the drywall, made from within. And the newest corpse was still wearing a watch that ticked softly in the dark. Behind me, footsteps entered the room. Slow, deliberate. My own voice whispered from the doorway, and what it said made my blood freeze. I bolted through the doorway, past the smell clinging to my uniform like grease. My shoes slapped the hallway tile too loud, too fast, but the other footsteps behind me matched my rhythm exactly. Not rushing, just keeping pace. The lobby fluorescents buzzed overhead as I stumbled behind the front desk. My breath came in short gasps. I turned. He stood in the center of the lobby, my face, my uniform, my posture even. That slight slouch I'd always hated. But his eyes were calm, patient. "You ran," he said with my voice, not mocking, observing. "Stay back." My hand found the desk phone, dead, no dial tone, just silence. He tilted his head. "You're not Derek Paulson." I am. You're what he left behind when he ran." He stepped closer. The floor didn't creak under his weight. "I'm what stayed." The air turned cold. That chemical smell from 118 seeped through the vents, filling my lungs. I pressed my back against the monitor. Static hissed from the speakers. "The thing in 118, his voice softened, almost gentle. "It feeds on unfinished shifts, on abandonment. Someone starts the work, then leaves. Walks away mid-shift." He gestured at me. "You're the echo, I'm the exit. What would you do if you couldn't remember yesterday?" I tried. Oh God, I tried to pull up anything before tonight. My first shift, training, the interview. Where I lived, my mother's face. My childhood bedroom, nothing, just the desk, the keys, the hallway, an endless loop of fluorescent light and rotting air. "You've been here 6 months, he whispered, repeating the same 8 hours, trying to finish what he abandoned. But the real horror was what he said next. I woke with my cheek pressed against the front desk. Sunlight. Real sunlight streaming through the office window, warm and gold. The fluorescent buzz had stopped. Morning sounds filtered in from the parking lot. Car doors, an engine turning over, a crow cawing somewhere distant. My mouth tasted like stale coffee. My neck ached. 8:03 in the morning. The door chimed. Gloria Finch breezed in carrying her thermos and clipboard, keys jangling on her belt. She smiled, the first genuine warmth I'd seen from her in. "How long?" "Derek, you look exhausted, hun." She set her things down, glanced at the logbook. "Another quiet night." I stared at her. She looked normal, real. Her perfume smelled like lavender, not chemicals. "Yeah," I heard myself say. "Quiet." She nodded, already distracted by paperwork. I turned to the computer. My hand shook as I pulled up the schedule. 6 months. 6 solid months of night shifts under my name. Never missed. Never late. Perfect attendance from October 5th through today, April 9th. My throat tightened. I clicked through to room status. 118 blinked on the screen. Vacant. Green. Available. The notes section showed nothing. No complaints. No incidents. Vacant for months according to the maintenance log. But what I'd seen in that crawl space hadn't been a dream. "You feeling okay?" Gloria's voice cut through my thoughts. "Fine." The word came out flat. She studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, get some rest. See you tonight." Tonight, I stood. gathered my jacket, walked toward the exit, and then I smelled it, faint, underneath Gloria's lavender, underneath the morning coffee brewing in the break room, something sweet and rotting clinging to my uniform, to my skin, the smell from 118. I looked back at the desk, at the empty hallway beyond, at room 118's door, closed and silent at the end of the corridor. Gloria hummed softly, filling out forms. The sunlight felt cold now. I stepped outside. The parking lot stretched before me, familiar and endless. My car sat in its usual spot. I reached for my keys. Can you imagine walking toward freedom and knowing deep in your bones that you'll never reach it? I opened the car door, started the engine, drove toward the exit, and when I blinked, I was back at the desk, cheek pressed against cold laminate, sunlight streaming through the window, 8:03 in the morning. The door chimed. Gloria walked in, smiling. The waveform breathes when the booth is empty. I stand with my forehead pressed against the cold glass of booth C, watching the laptop screen glow in the darkness. 3 a.m. The peaks and valleys rise and fall in steady rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale. But there is no one inside, no microphone, no equipment running. Just that laptop sitting open on the floor, recording something I cannot see. My hand trembles as I press my palm flat against the glass. The waveform spikes, sharp, immediate, like something exhaled hard against the other side. I jerk back. The smell hits me then, wet copper like pennies left in rain. The booth should smell like foam and plastic. It always smells like foam and plastic. But tonight it smells like old blood and condensation. Can you imagine standing there, knowing the door is locked from the inside, knowing you are alone in a windowless studio at 3 in the morning and something is breathing where nothing should breathe? I check the door again. Locked. The bolt is thrown from within the booth. I watched the handle turn on its own 20 minutes ago. Watched it slide into place with a soft click that echoed through the empty mixing room. My throat tightens. I have been a sound engineer for 10 years. I know waveforms. I know silence. I know the difference between ambient noise and this. The laptop screen flickers. The waveform steadies into a new pattern. It is not random anymore. It is forming peaks at exact intervals, deliberate, controlled. And then I see it. The pattern spells something in the peaks and valleys, something I recognize from years of editing dialogue. It is spelling my name. But what I did not know yet was that it had been spelling names for decades. 4 weeks earlier, the job felt like a gift. Frank Delaney hired me on the spot. Overnight mixing shifts at Blackwood Audio Studios, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., double rate. I needed the work, my landlord needed the rent, and the studio smelled like coffee grounds and old carpet, familiar and safe. The fluorescent lights hummed a steady 50 hertz tone. I could tune that out. My first night, I loaded a folk track into Pro Tools. Acoustic guitar, breathy female vocals, clean session. I adjusted the compression, added reverb, let the faders settle where they belonged. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds in, I heard it. A whisper. Underneath the vocal line, faint, almost not there. But I'd been mixing for 12 years. I knew every frequency, every harmonic. This didn't belong. I isolated the vocal track, played it back. Nothing. I checked the raw file. silence where the whisper had been. But when I rendered the full mix again, there it was, a voice beneath the singer's breath, threading through the low mids like smoke. What it said made my hands go still on the faders. Alex, my name. Can you imagine hearing your own name in a file you didn't record? I replayed it 6 times, headphones pressed tight against my ears until the foam made them sweat. Same result, same timestamp, 3:33 every time, but the raw tracks were clean. I'd stake my career on it. Therefore, the whisper only existed after I touched the mix. I told myself it was interference, radio bleed, a fluke. Then I mixed the second track. Different artist, different session, recorded months apart. I dragged the playhead forward, watching the time code. 3:32, 3:33, there. Louder this time, clearer, Alex, James Mercer. My full name. All 3 words, spoken in a voice that sounded like wet paper tearing. The studio felt colder suddenly, or maybe I just noticed the cold for the first time. The air conditioning vent above booth C rattled, metal on metal. Outside the mixing room window, the hallway stretched dark and empty. No one else worked past midnight. Frank had mentioned that during my interview almost as an afterthought. You'll have the place to yourself. I thought that sounded perfect. Now the silence pressed against the soundproofing like something waiting. I checked the raw files again. Nothing. Checked the plugins, the routing, the input chains. Everything clean. But the render kept whispering my name at 3:33 like clockwork, like it knew exactly when I'd be listening. Why that timestamp? Why my full name, middle name included, when my contract only listed Alex Mercer? And that's when I realized whatever was speaking hadn't learned my name from any file I could see. I came in early the next evening, desperate for daylight conversation. The smell of burnt coffee and stale air hit me before I even reached the mixing room. 2 engineers hunched over a tracking session, laughing at something on a phone screen. Hey, question, my voice sounded hoarse. You guys ever hear anomalies in the mixes? The taller one, Jason, I think, glanced up, barely interested. Like what? Hum, check your ground loops. No, not hum, like whispers. At specific timestamps. They exchanged a look, the kind of look that made my stomach tighten. Dude, you're working overnights. Jason grinned. You know how that messes with your head. Get some sleep. The other engineer already had his headphones back on. I tried Frank next. Found him in his office, door half open, sorting invoices under flickering fluorescent light. The hum was louder in there, constant, almost vibrating through my teeth. Frank, I need to ask you something. He didn't look up. Make it quick. I'm hearing interference, voice artifacts in every mix. Always at 3 minutes 33 seconds. His pen stopped, just for a second. Then he resumed writing. Electrical interference, he said flatly. Old building, I'll call someone. But it says I'll call someone Alex. The way he said my name made my skin crawl. Have you ever been dismissed so completely you wondered if you'd imagine the whole thing? I walked back through the hallway. Noticed the schedule pinned to the corkboard. Day shift, evening shift. Then, nothing. No names after 10 p.m. except mine. I was the only one here overnight. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Alone in this windowless maze. Just me and the humming lights and the stale air that never moved. But what I didn't know yet was why no one else would take the night shift anymore, and what they'd all heard before they refused. I needed proof I wasn't losing my mind. The security camera clicked onto the tripod behind my chair, lens aimed at my face and the mixing desk. I angled it carefully, making sure the microphone stayed in frame. My hands trembled as I tightened the mount. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed their constant electric drone, and the stale air tasted metallic on my tongue. I pressed record at 10:47 p.m. The mix session felt endless. Every minute crawled. I kept glancing at the camera's tiny red light, knowing it watched me, knowing I'd see the truth later. At 3 minutes 33 seconds into the track, I held my breath, listening for the whisper beneath the vocals. There it was, faint, cold, saying my full name, Alex James Mercer. I felt nothing. No urge to speak. No movement I wasn't controlling. But what the playback showed made my stomach drop through the floor. I watched myself on the laptop screen at 11:32 p.m. There I was, hunched over the desk, adjusting levels. The timestamp hit 3:33. On screen, my hands stopped, just froze mid-gesture. My head lifted slowly, mechanically, eyes wide open but completely blank, like someone had scooped out everything behind them and left only glass. I leaned forward, toward the microphone. My lips moved. The audio captured it perfectly, a whisper in my own voice, cold and hollow. Alex James Mercer. Have you ever watched yourself do something you have zero memory of doing? It's like staring at a stranger wearing your face. My hands shook so badly I could barely pause the video. I shoved back from the desk, and the drawer handle was ice cold against my palm as I yanked it open, searching for anything. My fingers found paper wedged in the back corner, yellowed, folded tight. The handwriting was frantic, ink pressed deep into the fibers. It is not you whispering. Check Booth C. signed Curtis Vale, former engineer, and scrawled below in trembling letters. If you are reading this, you are already being recorded. The studio archive smelled wrong, like dust mixed with something metallic, almost like burnt copper. I descended the basement stairs at 4 in the morning, Curtis's note crumpled in my fist. The fluorescent lights down here flickered in a rhythm that made my pulse quicken. Personnel files lined metal shelves, cold to the touch. I pulled every overnight engineer folder from the past decade. 7 names, 7 resignation dates. No 2-week notices, just abrupt departures, sometimes mid-shift. My hands trembled as I reached Curtis Vale's file. Terminated. October 14, 2019. Not resigned. Terminated. I cornered Frank the next evening before my shift. Tell me about Curtis Vale. His jaw tightened. That's not. We don't discuss former employees. Why not? Drop it, Alex. He turned away, but I saw his hand shake as he reached for the door. So I went back down. The hard drive sat in plastic bins labeled by year. I found 2019 and hauled it to the mixing room. My laptop whirred as I searched Curtis's session files. There, his final mix. Dated October 13, 2019. The night before his termination. I loaded it, pressed play. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds, his voice emerged beneath the track. Calm, hollow. 472 Burnside Street. August 9, 1990. October 14th, 2019. His address, his birthday, and a date. But what I discovered next made my blood freeze. I Googled Curtis Vale's obituary. Died October 14th, 2019. Unexplained cardiac arrest. Age 29. He whispered his own death date, and 24 hours later it came true. And that's when I realized the whisper wasn't just recording me. It was predicting something far worse. I had to know if it would happen to me too. The mixing desk felt colder under my palms as I set up a fresh session. Fingers trembling so badly I fumbled the cable inputs twice. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed their usual monotone dirge, but tonight the sound felt thicker, like it was pressing against my eardrums. I hit record. 3 minutes, 33 seconds, that's all I had to wait. My heartbeat filled the headphones as the timeline crawled forward, each second stretching like warm tar. I watched the waveform dance with my breath, with the soft creak of my chair, with the wet click of my throat when I swallowed. At 3 minutes 32 seconds, my hands went numb. Then, silence. My own voice whispered through the speakers, clear, calm, familiar but wrong, like hearing yourself on an old answering machine. 417 Hawthorne Street, Apartment B, September 12, 1992. My address, my birthday, November 21st, next Thursday. The air left my lungs. Can you imagine hearing the exact date you're supposed to die? Not from a doctor, not from a fortune teller, from your own mouth speaking words you never said. I slammed my fist on the delete key. The file blinked out, then reappeared. I deleted it again, 5 times. Each time it regenerated like a wound refusing to close. But what I did next made everything so much worse. I ran, grabbed my jacket, my keys, didn't bother shutting down the equipment. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, my footsteps echoing in a rhythm that sounded almost like whispering. The exit door's push bar felt sticky under my palm. Was that condensation or something else? Outside, November rain drilled the pavement, cold mist clinging to my face. I fumbled my keys into the ignition. Click, click, click. The engine turned over, but wouldn't catch. The battery was new. I'd driven here 3 hours ago. I tried again. Click, click, click. The studio lights behind me flickered once. Then the windows went dark, one by one, like eyes closing. The building exhaled cold air through the cracked exit door, carrying the smell of burnt plastic and something older, earthier, like wet soil. My phone screen glowed, 1 bar of signal. I dialed Frank's number with shaking fingers. It rang and rang. Then, static. Underneath the white noise, I heard it. My own whispered voice looping, November 21st, November 21st, November 21st. The studio door behind me creaked open by itself, just an inch, just enough to let something out or invite me back in. I ran. The studio door groaned wider behind me, but I didn't look back. My legs carried me down the block, lungs burning, the burnt plastic smell clinging to my jacket. I flagged down a late-night rideshare with shaking hands. The driver asked if I was okay. I lied. Home felt wrong, too quiet, too close to whatever was following me. So I went to the only place open at 4 in the morning, a 24-hour diner on Burnside with free Wi-Fi. The fluorescent buzz reminded me of the studio. I ordered coffee I wouldn't drink and opened my laptop. City records, fire department archives. I needed to know what I was dealing with. The search term was simple: Blackwood audio fire. The results loaded slowly, and what I found made my hands go cold. November 3rd, 1997. Booth C electrical fire during overnight session. One casualty, Hugo Brennan, age unknown, sound engineer. The report stated the fire was contained within 20 minutes, but witnesses, 3 firefighters and a neighboring business owner, reported hearing screaming from inside the booth for hours afterward. The door had been opened. The booth was empty. No body recovered. I scrolled further, rebuilding permits, insurance claims, then a personnel file scanned and archived. Hugo Brennan's employee photo filled my screen. Gaunt face, hollow eyes, thin lips pressed together. He was staring directly at the camera, but his eyes were wrong, too dark, too still, like they were looking through the lens through time straight at me. And beneath the photo, handwritten in faded ink, overnight engineer, Booth C specialist. But what made my stomach twist was something I hadn't expected to find. The notation at the bottom of his file, stamped in red: audio logs preserved in perpetuity. That's when I realized Hugo hadn't just died in that fire. I drove back to Blackwood at 2 in the morning. The studio sat dark and empty, fluorescent lights humming their usual dirge. My hand trembled as I unlocked the front door. Booth C waited at the end of the hallway. The metal door handle felt ice cold under my palm. Colder than it should be, I twisted it. The seal broke with a wet sucking sound, releasing air that smelled wrong, stale, organic, like someone had been living in there. Oh God, someone had. A sleeping bag lay crumpled in the corner. Fast food wrappers scattered across the floor. Empty water bottles lined the wall. But that wasn't what froze me in place. A laptop sat open on a makeshift desk, 2 milk crates and a plank. The screen glowed pale blue in the darkness. Audio software running, recording live. I stepped closer. The waveform on screen pulsed rhythmically, up and down, matching my breathing exactly. Can you imagine seeing your own breath visualized by something you didn't set up? My chest tightened. I held my breath. The waveform continued. Then I heard it, wet breathing, behind me. Close enough to feel against my neck, I spun around. Empty booth. Just me and the sleeping bag and the smell of old sweat. When I turned back to the laptop, the cursor was moving, on its own, sliding across the screen with mechanical precision, opening a folder I hadn't touched. The folder name appeared in white text: collection. Inside, files, audio files, each one named after someone. Curtis_Vale_final_recording.wav. Jenkins_Emma_final_recording.wav. 7 names total. 7 overnight engineers. But what I saw at the bottom made my stomach drop through the floor. Alex_Mercer_final_recording.wav. The file was already created. Time stamp, tonight, size 0 kilobytes, and growing. I ran, out of booth C down the corridor. My sneakers slapped against linoleum that smelled faintly of mildew and copper. The exit sign glowed red at the end of the hall. But when I shoved through the door, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead and I was staring at Booth C again. No, I turned, ran the opposite direction, past the mixing room, past Frank's office, through the loading bay door and into the corridor. Booth C waited ahead, door hanging open like a mouth. Can you imagine that? Every exit, every turn, leading back, I pulled out my phone. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it. No signal. I dialed 911 anyway. Static poured from the speaker, and beneath it, faint but growing, the whisper. My full name, over and over. I threw the phone. It clattered against the wall, but the whisper didn't stop, because it wasn't coming from the phone anymore. It was in my heartbeat. Tha-thump. Alex. Tha-thump. Mercer. Each pulse carried it through my veins, a rhythm I couldn't escape. I pressed my palms over my ears, but it only grew louder, syncing with my breath. In Alex, out Mercer. The booth walls glistened. Condensation beaded and dripped, slow and deliberate, like sweat on living skin. My watch read 3:32. Oh, no, the lights cut out, pure black, the kind that presses against your eyes. I froze, breath caught, something cold touched the back of my neck. Wet, solid, I screamed, and from the darkness my scream played back, looped, layered, whispered in 7 different voices, all mine, all wrong. But what I heard beneath those voices made my blood stop cold. Warmth touched my face. Not cold, not wet, warmth. I opened my eyes to fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and Frank Delaney's panicked face hovering above mine. His breath smelled like cheap coffee and cigarettes. The mixing desk pressed hard against my spine. Headphones tangled around my throat. The microphone was live, red LED glowing like a tiny wound. Jesus Christ, Alex, can you hear me? I blinked. My tongue tasted like copper. My neck throbbed where it had touched me. I tried to speak, but only a croak escaped. Frank pulled the headphones off. You've been out for hours. I found you at 6:15. It's almost noon. Noon, daylight. Real daylight filtering through the hallway from the front entrance. I could see dust motes floating in the golden beam. I wanted to cry. I'm leaving, I whispered. What? I'm leaving. Forever, I'm done. Frank stepped back, hands raised. Okay. Okay, you need a hospital. No. I shoved myself upright. The studio spun, but I forced my legs to work. One step, another. The floor felt solid. The walls stayed where they were. I stumbled past Frank, past the mixing room, past Booth C. I didn't look inside. I couldn't. My car started on the first try. The steering wheel was sun-warmed under my palms, real and ordinary and perfect. I drove. I didn't stop until Portland was a smudge in my rear-view mirror, but what I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that leaving wasn't the same as escaping. 3 months passed. I found work in Seattle. I slept with the lights on. I never mixed audio again. I convinced myself it was over. I was wrong. Because on a cold February night, a woman named Sarah Chen walked into Blackwood Audio Studios for her first overnight shift. Frank hired her without mentioning the history, without warning her. At 3:33 into her first mix, she stopped, cocked her head, listened. A whisper threaded through the track, faint, unmistakable. Sarah Marie Chen, her full name. She checked the raw files. Nothing there, just like I had. And in Booth C, when the day shift engineer opened it the next morning, they found something new on the floor. A sleeping bag, fresh food wrappers, the laptop still recording, cursor blinking. The folder labeled collection had grown. Curtis Vale, final recording. Hugo Brennan, archived. Michael Tors, archived. David Kim, archived. And there, second from the bottom, Alex_Mercer_final_recording.wav. The file was 4 hours and 37 minutes long. Sarah would discover it in 2 weeks. She would listen. She would hear my voice whispering her address, her birthday, her death date. And she would realize, just as I had, that some studios don't just record sound. They collect it. They collect us. And once you're in the collection, you never really leave. The sleeping bag is still warm. I crouch on the concrete floor of floor 32, my hand hovering an inch above the fabric. Heat radiates against my palm. Someone was here, minutes ago, maybe less. My flashlight beam catches the uniform hanging from an exposed pipe overhead. Security gray, pressed creases. The name tag glints under the light. Nathan Graves. My name, my uniform, but I'm wearing mine right now. The badge number underneath makes my throat tighten. 1847. My old badge. The one I lost 8 months ago during the brownout on floor 18. The one that was supposed to be deactivated. I pull my tablet from my belt with shaking fingers. The checkpoint log glows in the darkness. 2:17 a.m. 2 scans recorded, both using badge 1847 and badge 2139. Mine, 40 seconds apart. I've been alone in this building for 6 hours. 40 floors of empty offices and locked doors. Just me and the hum of ventilation systems. Just me and the motion sensor lights clicking on and off as I walk my routes. Except, I wasn't alone. My breath clouds in the cold air. The renovation stripped this floor down to bare concrete and dangling wires 3 months ago, but nobody's touched it since. No construction crew, no daytime staff. Just an empty shell that smells like dust and something metallic I can't place. A coffee cup sits beside the sleeping bag. Steam curls from the surface. What would you do? Your hands are trembling. Your radio feels heavy on your hip. You could call it in right now, but who would believe you? I lean closer to the cup. The smell hits me. Cheap break room coffee, 2 sugars, the way I take mine. Then I hear it. Boot steps. Echoing in the stairwell. Heavy, deliberate, climbing toward floor 32. Climbing toward me. But what I didn't know yet was that whoever wore that uniform knew exactly when I'd find it. My mind keeps circling back to that first night. 2 weeks before I found the sleeping bag, before I understood what was happening. It was 2:17 a.m. when I reached floor 32. Just another checkpoint on another shift. The building stretched silent above and below me, 40 floors of empty offices and me the only living thing moving through them. I pressed my badge to the scanner. Beep. Then, beep again. I froze. The second tone came half a second after the first, like an echo that didn't quite match. My tablet vibrated in my hand. I glanced down at the log screen, expecting the usual single entry. 2 scans, both time-stamped, both showing my badge number. One at 2:17 a.m., one at 2:16 a.m. I stared at the screen. That wasn't possible. I'd been in the stairwell a minute ago, nowhere near the scanner. The renovation floor spread out before me, gutted concrete, exposed wiring, shadows pooling in every corner. Dust hung thick in the air, mixing with something else. Something faintly sweet, like coffee with too much cream. But I was holding my thermos. Black, no sugar, the way I always drank it. I turned in a slow circle, flashlight cutting through the darkness. Nothing. No one. Just the hum of the HVAC system and my own breathing. System glitch, I muttered. My voice sounded too loud, swallowed immediately by the empty space. But my stomach twisted anyway. Because the scanner didn't malfunction. It never malfunctioned. I should have reported it right then. Should have called Helen, documented everything. But what would I even say? That the computer hiccuped. That I smelled phantom coffee. I backed toward the stairwell, unable to shake the feeling that the darkness behind me was occupied. The checkpoint log would haunt me for days. But what I didn't know yet, what I couldn't have known, was that someone had been watching me struggle with that tablet, studying my confusion with perfect, silent patience. I couldn't leave it alone. Back at the security desk, the monitor glow painted my hands blue as I clicked through the system logs. 1 night back, 2 nights, 5. The keyboard clacked in the empty lobby, each keystroke echoing off marble walls. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept drinking it anyway. The bitter taste keeping me focused. Floor 32, every single night. 2:17 a.m., double scan. 2:18 a.m., double scan. 1:59 a.m., double scan. The timestamps varied by 30 seconds, sometimes 90, but always 2 scans. Both logged to badge number 2143, my badge, the one clipped to my belt right now. I printed the report. 8 pages of proof. The paper felt heavy in my hands, still warm from the printer, smelling like toner and something else. Something stale. Old air. Like the building itself was exhaling through the vents. Helen Price answered on the 4th ring. Nathan, it's 7 a.m. What? The system's showing double scans. Floor 32, every night for over a week. Silence. Then a sigh. Software error. Happens during renovation phases. The crew's probably testing badge readers. There's no crew up there, I said. I check it every night. It's completely empty. Then it's a glitch. Her voice flat and dismissive. I'll submit a ticket to it. Don't worry about it. But what she didn't know, what she couldn't know from her daytime shifts, was that the pattern was too perfect to be random. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those timestamps, heard the double beep of the scanner, felt the weight of someone else's presence on that empty floor, moving through the darkness exactly 1 minute behind me. Or was it 1 minute ahead? And when I finally did sleep, I dreamed of walking my rounds, only to find my own footprints already pressed into the dust. I logged into the admin portal at 3:47 a.m. The screen's blue glow made my eyes ache, but sleep wasn't coming anyway, so I pulled up my badge history instead. The keyboard clicks echoed too loud in the empty lobby. Each tap another second of the shift I couldn't get through fast enough. My current badge, number 2035, showed 8 months of scans. Clean, predictable. The system had issued it after I lost my original during that brownout on floor 18. I remembered that night. The lights dying floor by floor. The emergency generators coughing to life. My badge. Gone. Somewhere in the darkness between stairwells. Helen deactivated the old badge immediately. Standard protocol. Badge number 1847 dead in the system by morning. I pulled up the deactivation record. February 9th. Timestamp. 0900 hours. Status. Inactive. But what I found next made my coffee taste like copper on my tongue. I ran a scan history for badge 1847, and the screen filled with entries, recent entries. The deactivated badge had logged 32 scans in the past month. I scrolled through the timestamps, my pulse hammering against my throat. Every single scan occurred between 1:55 and 2:20 a.m. Every single scan registered on floor 32. Someone was wearing my old badge. Someone who knew exactly when I made my rounds, who moved through the building like a ghost, always just ahead or just behind me. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed, a sound like insects trapped behind glass. I clicked deeper into the logs, my hands shaking now, because I needed to see the pattern, needed to understand who was living in my shadow. And that's when I noticed the first scan from the deactivated badge. It appeared exactly 30 days ago. On the same night, I'd started finding the double entries on floor 32. I decided to catch him early. 1:58 a.m. The stairwell door on floor 32 closed behind me with a metallic click that echoed down through 40 floors of empty concrete. I killed my flashlight and the darkness swallowed everything whole. The checkpoint scanner glowed faint blue near the east wall, the only light in the gutted space. Exposed wiring hung from the ceiling like dead nerves. The air tasted like dust and something chemical, paint thinner maybe. I moved behind a concrete support pillar and crouched, waited. The cold from the floor seeped through my uniform pants. My knees ached. I checked my watch. The dim glow read 2:01. 12 minutes until he usually appeared. 12 minutes of listening to my own breathing and the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. Can you imagine sitting in complete darkness, knowing someone has been watching you for weeks, knowing they've stolen your identity and memorized your every movement? My hand rested on the radio clipped to my belt, but I didn't call it in. Helen would just dismiss it again. System glitch, paranoia, sleep deprivation, 2:08, 2:09. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I could hear my pulse, but what I heard at 2:13 made my breath catch in my throat. The stairwell door opened. Not the screech of rusted hinges, this was smooth, controlled. Someone who knew exactly how to move through this building without making noise. Footsteps followed. Boot heels on concrete, even, measured. The same pace I used during rounds. The checkpoint beeped. I flicked on my flashlight and flooded the space with white light. Nothing. The checkpoint scanner's screen showed a successful scan. Badge number 1847. My deactivated badge, but the space in front of it was empty. Just exposed concrete and shadows and hanging plastic sheeting that didn't move. The air, though, oh God, the air had changed. It smelled like coffee, fresh brewed, and beneath that, the sharp tang of human sweat. Someone had been standing there 3 seconds ago, and then I heard the breathing behind me. I spun around, nothing. Just exposed concrete and shadows stretching away from my flashlight beam. But the breathing, it had been right there, close enough to feel. My hand shook as I swept the light across the gutted floor. The smell of coffee and sweat still hung in the air, thick and human. Real. Then I saw it. Behind a stack of drywall sheets in the corner, a dark green sleeping bag crumpled against the wall. My boots crunched over construction debris as I approached. The fabric was still warm when I crouched down and touched it. Not just warm, recently occupied. A coffee cup sat beside it, half full, steam rising. Can you imagine finding proof that someone's been sleeping 20 feet from where you stand? That they've been here for weeks, maybe months, and you never knew. I pulled back the sleeping bag. Underneath, energy drink cans, 6 of them, protein bar wrappers, a water bottle, and hanging from an exposed pipe above, a security uniform. My uniform. The name tag caught my flashlight beam. Nathan Graves. I leaned closer, throat tightening. The badge number embroidered below the name. 1847. My deactivated badge. The one I lost 8 months ago. But what I found next made my blood run cold. A spiral notebook lay tucked inside the sleeping bag. I flipped it open with trembling fingers. Page after page of handwritten notes. Times, floor numbers, routes. 2:17 a.m., floor 32, east stairwell. 1:43 a.m., floor 18, west elevator bay. 3:06 a.m., lobby, coffee break, 6 minutes, every checkpoint, every pattern, every habit I'd developed over 8 months of overnight shifts, documented, studied, memorized. The handwriting looked almost like mine, but the letters slanted wrong, too precise, too deliberate. Someone had been living here, watching me, becoming me. And then I heard it, footsteps in the stairwell again, climbing up, getting closer. The footsteps echoed closer, climbing, deliberate. My hand shot to the radio clipped at my belt. I fumbled with the volume dial, brought it to my lips, static. Dead, hissing static that filled the silence like television snow. Control, this is. This is Graves on 32. I need nothing. Just that crackling emptiness that meant I was completely alone up here. The footsteps continued their steady rhythm, boot soles striking concrete in the stairwell. Getting closer. I backed toward the opposite exit, keeping my flashlight trained on the stairwell door. My heart hammered against my ribs. The beam trembled in my grip. I could smell the concrete dust thick in the air, and something else underneath it. Something familiar, coffee, sweat. The exact smell of my own uniform after a long shift. The footsteps stopped, just stopped. I froze, listened. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water pressure. Can you imagine that kind of quiet? When even your own breathing sounds like a scream. Then I saw it. A shadow stretched across the bare concrete wall beside the stairwell entrance, long and thin, cast by the motion sensor lights inside. Human-shaped, wearing the peaked cap of a security guard. The silhouette didn't move, but I could see the slight rise and fall of shoulders. Breathing. But what happened next made my blood turn to ice water. Nathan. The voice came from the stairwell. Calm, steady. It was my voice. Not similar, not close. Exactly mine. The same timbre, the same slight rasp from too many years of cheap coffee and midnight shifts. I'd heard recordings of myself. I knew what I sounded like. This was identical. Nathan. I know you're there." The shadow on the wall shifted. A hand reached for the door handle. I ran. The door slammed behind me. Metal shrieked against concrete as I bolted down the corridor. My boots hammered against tile. Behind me, footsteps matching my rhythm, same weight, same pace. I didn't look back. Stairwell B. I threw myself through the door and took the steps 3 at a time. Cold air rushed up from below, carrying the smell of old dust and something else, something sharp, like sweat-soaked fabric left too long in darkness. The footsteps followed. Not faster, not slower, exactly my speed. Floor 28, 25. My lungs burned. I risked a glance at the landing window as I rounded the corner there. In the reflection, same height, same build, same uniform stretched across familiar shoulders, but the badge photo on his chest. It looked washed out, faded, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that, wrong in ways you can't quite name? I hit the lobby at full sprint. The security desk monitors glowed ahead like a lifeline. I grabbed the chair, pulled up the surveillance system with shaking hands. Floor 32. Camera 14. I scrolled back through the footage. Tonight, yesterday, 3 days ago, my stomach dropped. The same 60-second loop, over and over. The empty checkpoint, the concrete pillar, identical in every frame, for 16 days straight. Someone had edited the recordings, but that meant they'd accessed the security system, had root credentials, had been watching me watch nothing while the monitor flickered. All 40 cameras cut to black simultaneously. Then one by one they blinked back on. Every screen showed the same image now. Floor 32, camera 14, live feed. A figure stood in front of the checkpoint, staring directly up at the camera, wearing my face. I ran. Down the fire exit, boots hammering concrete, breath tearing through my chest like broken glass. The parking garage. Underground, thick walls. Somewhere I could think without 40 cameras broadcasting my terror. The auxiliary office door hung open. I threw myself inside and dragged the metal desk across the threshold. It screeched against the floor, a sound that made my teeth ache, but it held. I shoved a filing cabinet against it, then a chair. The air down here tasted like motor oil and concrete dust. My shirt clung to my back, soaked through with cold sweat. I could hear my pulse in my ears, that hollow thumping that drowns out everything else. The backup terminal sat in the corner, coated in dust. I jabbed the power button, waited, the fan whirred to life. I needed answers, the brownout, 8 months ago, the night I lost my badge. My fingers trembled over the keyboard as I navigated to archived footage. February 14th, floor 18, 1:43 a.m. The night the power died for 6 minutes and came back wrong. I found the file, clicked play. Grainy footage showed the 18th floor hallway. Emergency lights casting everything in sickly green. Then I appeared on screen, myself, moving toward the stairwell, flashlight beam cutting through darkness. I watched myself disappear through the door. The timestamp rolled forward. 1 minute, 2, 5. But what I saw next would crack open everything I thought I understood. At 1:52 a.m., the stairwell door opened again. Another figure stepped into the hallway wearing my uniform, my boots, my cap. I leaned closer to the screen, pulse roaring. The figure paused directly beneath camera 4. Slowly, so slowly, it tilted its head back, stared straight into the lens. The face, oh God, the face was mine, not similar, not close, identical, every line, every angle, the same exhaustion carved into the features, the same 2-day stubble, the same small scar above the left eyebrow from a childhood fall I never told anyone about. But something in the eyes was wrong. Too focused, too aware. Like looking at a photograph of yourself where the expression doesn't match any memory you have of that moment. The figure on the screen smiled. Not a friendly smile, not a nervous smile, a smile that said, I see you. I've always seen you. It reached up and adjusted the badge hanging from its chest. Badge number 1847. My deactivated badge. The one I reported lost. The one that should have been destroyed. Then the figure walked away, boots echoing down the hallway, and disappeared around the corner like it owned the place. The footage ended. I sat there, hands frozen on the desk. Have you ever watched something that shouldn't exist? Something that breaks the rules of what's possible? My phone buzzed in my pocket. Once, twice, 3 times. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. The screen glowed blue in the darkness of the garage office. One new message from my own number. I stared at it. The notification sat there waiting. My thumb hovered over the screen. What do you do when you get a text from yourself? I opened it, and what I read made the walls close in. The text message glowed on my phone screen. 3 words from my own number. Welcome home, Nathan. I stared at it until the letters blurred, until footsteps echoed in the parking garage above. Voices, the day's shift. I bolted up the stairs, legs screaming. The lobby lights had switched to morning mode, warmer, softer, almost kind. Jennifer from accounting was scanning in. Marcus adjusted his tie near the elevator bank. Normal people living normal lives. Helen Price stood at the security desk, arms crossed. There's someone in the building, I said, my voice cracked. Floor 32. He's been living there. He has my old badge. Nathan, she held up her tablet. I pulled the night logs when you didn't answer your radio. She turned the screen toward me. 1 scan per checkpoint. All mine, all normal times. No double entries, no anomalies. That's not possible. I saw him. I saw the footage. What footage? She swiped through the archived files. Everything's clean. You've been working doubles for 2 weeks. Maybe you need to take some time. I pushed past her, up the stairwell. 32 floors, lungs burning with each flight. The renovation floor smelled like fresh paint and morning air from open windows. The sleeping bag was gone. The uniform, the notebook, even the coffee cup. Concrete floor swept clean. But what I found in its absence would fracture everything I thought I knew about that night. Back at the security desk, Helen handed me coffee. Drink. You look terrible. The ceramic mug warmed my shaking hands. I lifted it, took a sip. Too sweet. The sugar coated my tongue, thick and wrong. I don't take sugar, never have. But I watched my hand reach for another sip anyway, like it knew something I'd forgotten. I set the mug down. My reflection stared back from the black monitor screen between shifts. Same tired eyes, same uniform, but the badge photo clipped to my chest looked slightly washed out, faded at the edges, like it had been deactivated 8 months ago. I touched my face. The reflection touched back. Jennifer walked behind me in the screen's surface, chatting on her phone, oblivious. Helen was already walking away. "Go home, Nathan. Get some sleep." I stood, picked up my coffee, drank again despite the wrongness. My fingers found the checkpoint scanner without thinking, muscle memory guiding me through the route I'd always known. I understood then. Standing in that lobby with morning sun streaming through glass doors. I'd been here before, not as the hunter but as the one who'd waited in the dark, who'd learned every route, who'd slipped into an empty space and made it mine. The brownout. Floor 18. 8 months ago, I'd never left, and whoever had been wearing this badge before me, he was gone now. Erased as cleanly as the sleeping bag on floor 32, because there could only ever be one Nathan Graves working nights at Thornhill Tower. I scanned out at the front desk. The system beeped once. Normal. Clean. I stepped into the morning cold, and the sun felt like a memory from someone else's life. Behind me, the building rose 40 floors into pale sky. Tomorrow night, I'd be back, scanning checkpoints, walking empty halls, waiting to see who else might lose their badge in the dark. The backseat was empty. I checked the rearview mirror again, blinked hard. The worn leather seat stretched vacant in the yellow glow of passing streetlights. No businessman. No pressed charcoal suit, just gone. My foot eased off the accelerator. The Crown Victoria's engine hummed lower, a tired growl that matched the pulse hammering in my ears. I'd only looked away for 3 seconds, maybe 4, to merge onto the highway. He'd been there, silent as always, hands folded in his lap. Now nothing. The pine air freshener swung from the mirror, tick-tock, tick-tock. Its chemical sweetness couldn't mask the smell creeping through the cab. Something stale and wrong, like old sweat trapped in closed spaces. But the suitcase remained. Black leather, expensive looking, sitting upright on the seat where he'd placed it. I hadn't heard a door open. Hadn't felt the rush of cold November air. The child locks were still engaged. I never turned them off after midnight fares. My hands tightened on the wheel. Slick. When had I started sweating? Behind me, Terminal 3 shrank into darkness, its fluorescent lights swallowed by distance. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No other headlights. No witnesses to whatever the hell just happened. I should pull over, call someone, but who? Michael would laugh, tell me I was working too many night shifts again. He was probably right. I was probably the suitcase. Moved, not much. Just a subtle shift, like something inside had rolled from one end to the other. The leather creased, then smoothed. And then I heard it. Breathing. Slow, rhythmic, the rise and fall of sleeping lungs muffled through expensive leather. Can you imagine that sound? That wet, living rhythm coming from luggage. I twisted in my seat, eyes locked on the case. The luggage tag dangled from its handle, spinning lazy circles in the air conditioning's breath. White cardstock, black ink. I leaned closer, squinting at the name printed there. Daniel Reeves, my name. But what I discovered in the side pocket would change everything. My mind raced back. 4 weeks earlier, before the suitcase, before everything. 2:47 in the morning, Terminal 3. I sat parked in the pickup zone, engine idling, watching fluorescent lights hum and flicker above empty pavement. The smell of burned rubber and jet fuel hung thick in the cold air. Monday nights were always dead after midnight, just me and the occasional red-eye arrival. The arrival's board blinked. Chicago. On time. 3 minutes later he appeared. Charcoal suit, black leather suitcase, mid-40s maybe, clean-shaven face that gave away nothing. He opened the back door without a word, slid into my cab like he'd done it 1,000 times before. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Where to? He didn't answer, just held up his phone, screen facing me. An address glowed in white text, Oak Street downtown. Okay, I said. Silence settled between us like fog. I pulled away from the curb, tires whispering against wet asphalt. Rain had stopped an hour ago, but everything still glistened under streetlights. I tried again. Business trip, nothing. He stared out the window, hands folded in his lap. That's when I noticed it, a small scar on his left hand, pale, crescent-shaped, the kind that comes from something sharp. But what caught my attention wasn't the scar itself, it was how still he sat. No fidgeting, no phone scrolling, just waiting. The ride took 18 minutes. He paid cash, exact change, left without a word. I watched him disappear into a building I'd never remember the name of. Strange fare, I thought, nothing more, but the next Monday, 2:47 a.m., Terminal 3, Chicago flight. There he was again, same suit, same suitcase, same silence, and the Monday after that, and the Monday after that, always the same, always silent, always that scar catching the dashboard light. I should have felt relieved, a guaranteed fare every week, easy money. Instead, something cold settled in my chest, because routines are supposed to feel normal. This one felt like being watched. I called Michael at 3 in the morning. Daniel, his voice crackled with sleep and irritation. What's wrong? The phone felt cold against my ear, slick with sweat from my palm. That passenger I told you about, the Monday guy. I saw something on his phone screen. Okay, a yawn stretched through the line. My texts, Michael, private messages I sent you last week, word for word on his screen. The silence lasted too long. Then came the laugh, soft at first, building into something that made my stomach clench. Danny, come on. You probably just, I don't know, saw something similar and your brain filled in the rest. How many night shifts you working this week? I know what I saw. You're exhausted. You've been driving how many hours straight? 12, 14. The concern in his voice felt rehearsed, distant, like he was reading from a script titled How to Calm Your Paranoid Brother. This is different. Get some sleep. Seriously. When's the last time you took a day off? I opened my mouth, closed it. When was the last time? Yeah, Michael said, softer now. That's what I thought. Look, I've got an early meeting. We'll grab coffee this weekend, okay? The line went dead before I could answer. I sat in my taxi outside a darkened convenience store, engine ticking as it cooled. The streetlight above me buzzed, a steady, maddening hum that burrowed into my skull. My coffee had gone cold in the cup holder, a skin forming across the surface that caught the yellow light in oily swirls. Who else could I call? Who else was there? The truth settled like wet concrete in my chest. No one. There was no one else. I'd spent years perfecting the art of being alone, convincing myself it was safety, not isolation. Now I needed someone to believe me, and I'd built walls too high to climb. But what I'd seen on that screen would haunt me in ways I couldn't yet understand. I drove home as dawn bled gray across the skyline. My apartment building looked wrong in the early light, too sharp, too still, like a photograph of itself rather than the real thing. I parked in my usual spot and stared up at my fourth-floor window. The curtain hung exactly as I'd left it. Exactly. Inside my studio, everything smelled faintly of pine from the air freshener I kept by the door. I dropped my keys on the counter. They clattered too loud in the silence. The security camera. I'd installed it 6 months ago, one of those cheap models that sent alerts to my phone. Paranoia, Michael had called it. Waste of money. But now I pulled up the app and scrolled back through the footage, watching my empty door from the hallway perspective. Hours of nothing, just the occasional neighbor passing by. Linda Ochoa shuffling past with her grocery bags. The usual. I made fresh coffee and kept scrolling. Day after day of recorded stillness. My door remained closed, locked, untouched. So why did my apartment feel different every time I came home? I watched that grainy feed for hours, barely blinking until my eyes burned and the screen blurred. The coffee went cold again. I didn't care. Somewhere between exhaustion and obsession, I'd stopped being able to tell the difference. Every pixel mattered now. Every shadow in the hallway held potential answers. Tuesday afternoon footage loaded on my phone. 4:17 p.m. The hallway empty. Then a figure stepped into frame, wearing my jacket, using my walk, unlocking my door with a key. The figure paused before entering and for just a moment, less than a second, turned toward the camera. My face stared back at me through the screen. But the expression was all wrong, the smile too wide. The head tilted at an angle I'd never use, and he waved, directly at the camera, at me watching, as if he'd known all along I'd be here, in this exact moment, discovering him. The timestamp read 4 days ago. For days I'd been living in an apartment someone else had been inside. Someone wearing my face. Someone who wanted me to know. I drove home as dawn bled gray through the windshield, my hands still trembling from watching that footage. My own face. My own smile. Wrong. The key turned in the lock like always. The door opened onto silence. For a moment, just a breath, the familiar smell of stale coffee and old leather wrapped around me like safety. Then I stepped into the bathroom. The toothbrush sat on the left side of the sink. I always keep it on the right. Always. My hand hovered over it, not quite touching, as though the blue bristles might burn my fingers. Someone had used it. Someone had stood where I stood, looked into my mirror, brushed teeth that weren't theirs. Can you imagine that? The invasion of it. I backed into the kitchen. The fridge hummed its usual monotone, but when I opened it, oh God, organic milk, Greek yogurt, a carton of blueberries still dewy with condensation. I buy instant coffee and day-old sandwiches. Nothing fresh, nothing expensive, but what I found next made my skin go cold. My jacket, the brown leather one, draped over the chair like it belonged there. I lifted it to my face. The scent hit me like a fist. Sharp cologne, something woody and deliberate. I don't wear cologne, never have. The leather felt warm, as though someone had just taken it off. I moved through the apartment room by room. Closet, bedroom, the narrow space behind the shower curtain. Nothing. No one. Just the wrongness settling into my bones like frost, the certainty that someone had been here, living my life with the volume turned just slightly off key. The coffee mug sat on the left side of the counter. I'm right-handed. And that's when I heard it, a key sliding into the lock behind me. I spun around. Empty hallway. Linda's door closing across the hall, the click of her deadbolt sliding home. Just the neighbor. My heart hammered against my ribs anyway. I locked myself inside and pulled up the security footage on my laptop. The screen's blue glow made my studio feel like a fishbowl. Cold coffee sat beside me, forgotten hours ago. I scrolled back through days of recordings, watching my own door from the camera's fixed angle. Monday, nothing. Tuesday. I worked the day shift that week, left at noon. The hallway stayed empty until 4 p.m. Someone walked up to my door, wearing my black jacket, my jeans, my face. The figure reached into a pocket, pulled out a key, and unlocked my door with their left hand. I'm right-handed, my throat closed. I watched me walk inside like he owned the place, because apparently he did. I fast-forwarded. 30 minutes later, the footage from my interior camera loaded. The doppelganger moved through my kitchen, opening cabinets with that same wrong hand. He poured a bowl of raisin bran. I hate raisin bran, always have. The smell makes me gag, but he ate it, slowly, methodically, like someone performing a role they'd studied. Then he settled on my couch and turned on the TV, Channel 47, home improvement shows. I never watched that garbage. He sat there for 2 hours, unblinking, while some host renovated a bathroom. Everything he did was me, but wrong. A reflection that moved backwards. What would you do if you watched yourself living a life you'd never lived? I clicked to Wednesday's footage. Thursdays, Fridays. He came back every afternoon. Always 4 p.m. Always using the left hand to turn doorknobs, lift mugs, tie shoes. Each visit he stayed longer. But what I saw on Saturday's recording made my blood turn to ice water. He wasn't alone anymore. I parked across the street from my own building at 3:30, watched the entrance through fogged windshield glass. My breath came out in short bursts, and the cold settled into my bones like it belonged there. 4 o'clock passed. No one entered. By 4:15, I couldn't wait anymore. I crossed the street, unlocked my door with shaking hands. The apartment smelled like fresh coffee, dark roast, the kind that burns your throat. I never drink dark roast. The mug sat on the counter, still warm when I pressed my palm against the ceramic, steam rising in lazy spirals. He'd been here minutes ago, maybe seconds. I checked every room, closet, bathroom, under the bed, nothing, gone. I tried again Tuesday, arrived at 3:45 this time. But when I finally entered at 4:20, the coffee maker was still dripping, hot liquid pooling into the carafe. The sound filled the kitchen, drip, drip, drip. Each drop felt like a heartbeat I'd missed. Can you imagine chasing yourself through your own life and always arriving too late? But what happened next made everything worse. My phone buzzed Wednesday afternoon. Michael's text glowed on the screen. "Why'd you call me yesterday asking about Mom's recipe? You hate her cooking." I stared at the words. Yesterday afternoon I drove a lawyer to O'Hare, then a college student to Navy Pier. Then I pulled up my phone records with trembling fingers. There it was. 2:17 p.m. Call to Michael. Duration 6 minutes. I scrolled further. Calls to my bank, my landlord, numbers I didn't recognize. All made while I was behind the wheel, hands on leather, eyes on road. All in my voice. My throat tightened. He wasn't just living in my apartment anymore. He was living my entire life. And whatever he was building toward, I was running out of time to stop it. My phone vibrated at 3:27 in the morning. Michael's name glowed on the screen. He never called during my shift. Danny. His voice sounded hollow, stretched thin like old tape. We need to talk. I pulled into a dark lot behind the Route 41 gas station. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual insect song through my windshield. What's wrong? You came by yesterday afternoon. He paused. Static crackled between us. You sat on my couch. We talked for an hour. My hands went numb on the steering wheel. Michael, I worked a double shift yesterday. 14 hours straight. You told me about that camping trip when Dad left us alone overnight, when I got scared of the raccoons. The pine air freshener swung from my mirror, releasing its chemical sweetness. We never went camping, I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. Dad took us fishing twice, that's it. Danny, I remember, you were there, you laughed about it, said I cried for 3 hours. Can you imagine forgetting your own childhood? Watching someone else's memories replace yours? What are you on? Michael's words cut sharp. Pills, something else, because this isn't exhaustion anymore. But the real question was worse than that. I'm not using anything, I whispered. The coffee stains on my dashboard looked wrong suddenly. Too many rings. Had there always been that many? Then why don't you remember visiting me? His breathing came faster now. Why are you saying things that didn't happen? Happened. My throat closed. Because what if I was wrong? What if the camping trip was real and my memory had holes I'd never noticed? What if I'd been losing pieces of myself for weeks and never knew? Michael, the line went dead. I sat in the dark trying to remember my father's face, trying to remember what was real. My own past felt like fog now, slipping through my fingers every time I reached for it. And that's when I realized the worst part. If my memories were lies, then who was I? I couldn't trust my memories anymore. So maybe I could trust the evidence. I pulled into the empty lot behind the Route 41 gas station, killed the engine. The suitcase sat in the back seat where the passenger had vanished, and yes, it was still moving, rising, falling like lungs. My hand went to my jacket pocket for my keys. They were there, right where they should be, but my fingers trembled as I reached for the suitcase anyway, dragging it into the front seat. The leather was warm, body temperature warm. The smell hit me then, that familiar cologne I'd noticed in my apartment, the one I didn't own, sharp and citrusy and wrong. The clasps clicked open too easily. Inside, oh God, my wallet. The brown leather one with the coffee stain on the corner, my keys. The rabbit's foot keychain Michael gave me 10 years ago, my phone. The cracked screen protector I'd been meaning to replace for months. I patted my pockets again, frantic. Felt the weight of my wallet, my keys, my phone, all still there, all exactly where they belonged. Can you imagine holding your own possessions and finding them in 2 places at once? But that wasn't the worst part. White squares scattered across the passenger seat as I lifted the wallet out. Polaroids. Maybe 20 of them. They fell like snow face up, and every single one showed the same thing. Me, asleep, behind the wheel of my taxi. What I saw in those photos would make me question every moment I thought I'd been alone. The first photo showed me slumped at a red light, head tilted back against the headrest. Streetlight glare on the windshield. The angle was from outside. Passenger side window. Someone had stood right there, right beside my car, close enough to touch the glass. I shuffled through them. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, me at another red light. Eyes closed, mouth slightly open. Me parked at Terminal 3, head against the window. The timestamp on the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Me at the gas station. This one was different. The camera angle was from inside the car. The back seat. They'd been inside. I flipped through faster, photo after photo. Different nights, different locations, always the same, me unconscious, vulnerable, unaware. The photos had a quality to them, a clarity that said they weren't taken hastily. Someone had framed each shot, waited for the right moment, the right light. How many times had I fallen asleep at red lights thinking I was alone? How many nights had I nodded off during long airport waits? How long had they been watching? The last photo made my stomach drop. It was taken from outside my apartment door, through the peephole, reversed. The angle showed my security camera and me, asleep on my couch, pizza box on my chest. But here's what made my skin crawl. I was holding my phone up, screen glowing, taking a selfie in my sleep. My thumb was on the button, but I don't take selfies. I never take selfies. Something crinkled at the bottom of the suitcase. Paper. I pulled it out, unfolded it with numb fingers. Handwritten. My handwriting, it was a schedule, my schedule, every fare, every stop, every bathroom break. 4 weeks of my life documented in my own handwriting in pen I didn't remember holding. At the bottom, one line, phase 2 complete. Monday reset. Monday. Tomorrow was Monday. 2:47 a.m. pickup at Terminal 3. And that's when I noticed what was tucked beneath the paper, something that would prove I wasn't the one being replaced. I drove straight to my apartment. No thinking, just moving. The hallway smelled like burnt popcorn and lemon cleaner, familiar and real. My key scraped into the lock, turned. Nothing. I tried again. The metal refused to give. Wrong apartment. No unit 213, same chipped paint on the door frame where I'd bumped it moving in. I jiggled the key harder. The lock didn't recognize me. "Can I help you?" Mr. Patterson stood at the end of the hall, arms crossed. My landlord, gray cardigan, coffee mug in hand. "My key, it's not working. I need to get into my apartment." He squinted at me. "Your apartment?" "Yes, 213. I've lived here 3 years. Son, Daniel Reeves terminated his lease 3 days ago." Patterson's voice stayed flat, matter of fact. "Moved out completely. Handed me the keys himself." The floor tilted beneath me. No, I didn't. Signed all the paperwork, left the place spotless. But what he said next made my blood turn to ice. Seemed in a real hurry to leave, actually. Said something about starting fresh. I backed away from my own door. The walls pressed closer. What would you do if everyone insisted you'd done things you never did? If your entire life rewrote itself while you were driving, my phone, Michael, my brother would know my voice. I called him with shaking hands. The phone pressed cold against my ear. 3 rings. Hello? Michael, it's me, it's Daniel. Silence stretched too long, way too long. I'm sorry, who is this? Daniel, your brother, Michael, please. I don't, your voice. That's not, he paused, breathing shallow. Who are you? The phone slipped from my fingers, clattered on the tile. Michael didn't recognize my voice anymore. I looked down at my left hand. Under the fluorescent lights, I saw it clearly for the first time. The scar. Monday, 2:47 a.m. Terminal 3 again. I parked in the pickup zone like muscle memory commanded. The fluorescent lights hummed their familiar dead insect chorus. My left hand gripped the steering wheel, and the scar caught the overhead glare, small, precise, on the exact spot I'd memorized weeks ago. The businessman emerged through the sliding doors, but everything was wrong. He stumbled toward my taxi, eyes wide, scanning the empty pickup lanes like something might follow him. His suit hung wrinkled. Sweat darkened his collar despite the October chill seeping through my cracked window. He yanked the rear door open, breathing hard, ragged gasps that fogged the rearview mirror. "Thank God you're here," he said. His voice. Oh God, his voice. "Someone has been impersonating me for 6 weeks." The words tumbled out, desperate, pleading. They knew my schedule, my passwords, they wore my face. I couldn't breathe. The pine air freshener smell turned chemical, suffocating. He leaned forward between the seats. "You have to believe me. I'm the real." I raised my left hand. Showed him the scar. He stopped, stared, then slowly. He raised his own left hand. The same scar, same placement. What would you do? Can you even imagine that moment when you realize you might not be you? But here's what I understood then in that humming, fluorescent silence. It didn't matter anymore which of us was real. We were both replacements now. Both passengers in someone else's pattern. He slumped back into the worn leather seat. I put the taxi in drive. "Where to?" I asked, because what else do you say when your existence dissolves? He didn't answer. Neither did I expect him to. We drove into the October darkness, 2 men wearing the same scar, neither one certain who'd earned it first. The city swallowed us whole, and somewhere, someone else was already climbing into the next version of our lives. The man at my desk is wearing my face. I press my palm against the security office window. The glass is cold. Too cold for October. My breath doesn't fog it. That should bother me more than it does, but I can't stop staring at him. At me, slumped over the desk like he fell asleep mid-shift, except his eyes are wide open, staring at the door. At me. The fluorescent lights inside hum at a frequency that makes my teeth ache. I've worked this graveyard shift for 3 years. I know every sound in this garage, but this is wrong, like a violin string tuned half a step flat. I reach for the door handle. My hand passes through the first time. No, not through. I missed. My depth perception is off. I try again, slower. The metal is ice against my skin, and when I pull, the door doesn't budge. Locked from the inside, but I can see my keys, right there on the corpse's belt. Same carabiner. Same Swiss Army knife attached. Same brass key to my apartment that I've been meaning to replace because the teeth are worn down. What would you do? If you saw yourself dead, I should call someone. 911, my supervisor, anyone. But my radio hangs silent at my hip, and when I reach for my phone, I don't remember where I left it. The thought slips away like water through fingers. The body's chest doesn't move. No rise, no fall. But here's what makes my stomach drop: the wedding ring tan line on his left hand. I got divorced 2 years ago. Haven't worn the ring since. But the pale band of skin is there on both of us. Identical. His eyes haven't blinked once. I tap the window once, twice. The sound echoes wrong in the concrete space, like it's traveling through water instead of air. The corpse doesn't react, but I swear his pupils shift, just a fraction, tracking toward the sound. The air smells like hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. And that's when I notice the time clock on the wall behind him. The red digital display blinks. 2:11 a.m., 2:11, 2:11, over and over. The same moment. Frozen. But what I saw next made me realize the clock wasn't broken at all. My mind fractured backward to 11 p.m. The time clock's green light blinked as I swiped my badge. Same fluorescent hum I'd heard 500 times before. Same coffee smell from the pot I'd started 3 hours into every graveyard shift for the past 2 years. Same concrete chill seeping through my boots. Normal. Everything felt normal. I poured the coffee into my thermos, the steam curling up in that familiar way. Took a sip. The liquid hit my tongue and, wrong, metallic, like I'd bitten the inside of my cheek, like blood pooling in my mouth. I swallowed anyway, told myself it was just the new filter, maybe rust in the pipes. But the taste clung to my teeth, coating them in copper. I walked to the security booth, sat down in the worn chair that knew the shape of my body, turned on the monitors. 6 screens flickered to life, showing empty parking levels in grainy black and white, except Level 1, Camera 3, my booth. The chair sat empty. The thermos rested on the desk. I could see the steam rising from it, but no one sat there. I looked down at my hands on the desk. Solid. Real. The wedding ring tan line pale against my skin. I looked back at the monitor. Still empty. Have you ever seen proof you don't exist? Can you imagine that cold drop in your stomach? But I pushed it away. Told myself the camera had a dead zone. Told myself I was sitting in the blind spot. I'd been working too many doubles. Exhaustion playing tricks. The fluorescent lights hummed above me. But the pitch was wrong, too low, like a growl buried in static. I'd never noticed that before. Had it always sounded like that? The coffee taste lingered, metallic, wrong. But what I didn't know yet, what I couldn't have known, was that I'd already been tasting it for hours. I pushed away from the desk. My legs felt solid enough, real enough. The fluorescent hum followed me down the corridor to the elevator. Level 6. The button glowed orange under my finger. The elevator cables groaned overhead, wrong frequency, like violin strings tuned too low. When the doors opened, the air smelled different, sharper. Hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. At 1:55 a.m. I heard it. An engine, smooth, expensive. The sound echoed through the concrete in a way that made my teeth ache. A black sedan glided into spot 34. No headlights, just there, the engine cut. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I approached. Slowly, Each footstep seemed to arrive a second before my foot touched ground. The driver's window rolled down. Oh, the face staring back at me was mine. Same stubble pattern. Same scar through the left eyebrow from the bike accident when I was 12. Same jacket I'd worn to work tonight, still hanging in my locker. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? From the outside. He didn't speak, just extended his hand through the window. Something white dangled from his fingers, a hospital bracelet, plastic. The edges worn, I took it. Cold against my palm. Status critical. Patient name Barnett Levi, the numbers blurred, date. Time admission. Check, the doppelganger said. His voice was mine but flatter, drained. Check what? He pointed at my wrist, at my throat. I pressed 2 fingers against my neck, shifted position, pressed harder, tried the other side, nothing. I moved my fingers to my wrist, searching for the familiar flutter beneath skin. Nothing. No pulse. No heartbeat. No rhythm at all. But what I didn't understand yet was that this moment right here had already happened before. I stumbled backward, hand pressed against silent ribs. The sedan driver watched me with dead eyes, my eyes. Then I heard the footsteps, echoing from stairwell B, slow, deliberate. The metal door shrieked open, and another me stepped onto level 6. Same uniform, same confused expression. He froze when he saw us. No, he whispered. No, I just clocked in at 11. You're not real. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting our shadows in triplicate. Have you ever seen yourself from the outside? It's worse than any mirror. I could see the exhaustion carved into his face, into my face. Before I could speak, the elevator chimed behind me. The doors slid open. 2 more. 2 more versions of me stumbled out, blinking against the sickly yellow light. The garage air shifted, suddenly thick with the sharp chemical bite of hospital disinfectant mixed with oil and concrete dust. It coated my throat, made me gag. This is wrong, one of them said. His voice cracked. I collapsed at 8 p.m. In the office, I felt it. The rupture. Shut up, the stairwell version snapped. I arrived at 11, your hallucinations, brain damage, oxygen deprivation. But what they said next made everything worse. The one from the sedan spoke, calm and cold. We've had this conversation before, all of us. You'll remember soon. I pressed my palm against the concrete pillar. It felt wrong, too warm. Pulse-like vibrations throbbed beneath the surface, rhythmic and wet. The clocks on every level began ticking backward. 2:11 became 2:10, then 2:09. No, I breathed. No, that's not. All 4 of them turned to me in perfect unison. Their mouths moved together, words synchronized. We're dying, they said as one voice, and we can't stop it from happening again. That's when I heard more footsteps, descending from every stairwell, every shadow. I ran, away from the footsteps, away from myself. The security office door swung open under my weight, monitors glowing cold blue in the darkness. Static hissed from every speaker, a sound like breathing through water. I grabbed the desk chair, pulled myself close to the screens. 8 monitors, 8 angles of the garage, all showing me. The first screen flickered, and I saw it. 8 p.m. The office. A version of me slumped at this very desk, body convulsing, fingers clawing at the keyboard. My mouth stretched open too wide, jaw dislocated, and foam bubbled pink at the corners. The wedding ring tan line on my left hand caught the fluorescent light as my arm spasmed. Once, twice, then nothing, just stillness. Eyes staring at nothing. Can you imagine watching yourself die? I pressed my palm against the cold monitor screen. The glass felt warm, wrong, like touching skin instead of plastic. But what I saw next made everything worse. Monitor 2 showed 11 p.m., the garage entrance. I walked through the door, alive, alert, carrying my thermos. I waved at the camera, clocked in, smiled. Both timelines. Oh God, both timelines were playing simultaneously. On monitor 3, a version of me wandered level 3, checking tire pressure with trembling hands. Monitor 4 showed another me standing motionless by the elevator on level 5, staring at the doors. Monitor 5 captured me sprinting down stairwell B, mouth open like I was screaming, though no sound played through the speakers. 5 versions, 5 different levels, all wearing the same uniform. All me. The timestamp in the corner of every screen blinked red. 2:11 a.m. Then reset. 2:11 a.m. Reset. 2:11 a.m. An infinite loop burning into the pixels, the numbers searing themselves into my vision until I couldn't look away. The disinfectant smell grew stronger, hospital thick, choking. And that's when I noticed what was inside my locker. My locker door swings open with a metallic groan. Inside, papers, medical documents I've never seen before, stacked in a manila folder that smells faintly of antiseptic. My hands shake as I lift them out. The paper feels too smooth, too clinical. Neurology Department, Northwest Medical Center. Patient name, Barnett Levi. Brain aneurysm. Cerebral. High rupture risk. The words blur together, but the date stamps sharp and clear. 3 weeks ago. Diagnosis date printed in red ink at the top. Below that, appointment reminders I never kept. Follow-up consultations marked MISSCD in angry capital letters. I didn't remember any of this, but I did, didn't I? The voicemail icon blinks on my phone, still clutched in my other hand. 23 messages. I scroll back through the dates. Dr. Sarah Chen, over and over. Her name repeating like a prayer I refuse to hear. My thumb hovers over the oldest one from 3 weeks ago. I press play. Mr. Barnett, this is Dr. Chen from Neurology. Your scan results are concerning. We need you in for surgery. Consult immediately. This isn't something you can postpone. Please call me back. Her voice sounds desperate, professional but fraying at the edges. But what came next made my blood run cold. I remember now. The notification lighting up my screen during a double shift. I'd swiped it away, deleted it, clocked in for overtime instead. The garage needed coverage. I needed the money. What would you have done? Chosen your health? Or chosen not to lose everything you'd already sacrificed for? I stumble backward, away from the locker, away from the evidence of my own stupid, stubborn denial. The elevator. I need out. Now. I slam my palm against the call button and the doors slide open immediately, too immediately. I step inside. The floor lurches beneath me as the car descends. Then it stops. Not at a floor, between them. The cables hum. Wrong. A frequency that vibrates in my teeth, in my skull. The walls feel close, too close. And the air, oh God, the air smells like blood and disinfectant. The lights flicker once, twice, and something wet drips from the ceiling onto my shoulder. The elevator shuddered and opened. Level 6. The doors split apart with a mechanical groan that sounded almost relieved, as if the machine itself had been holding its breath. I stumbled forward onto the concrete, gasping, tasting copper and exhaust fumes mixing in the back of my throat. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but softer now, rhythmic, like a pulse. They were waiting for me, all of them. 4 versions of myself stood in a semicircle around spot 34. The black sedan sat silent in the center, engine cooling with soft metallic clicks. Each version wore the same uniform, the same exhausted expression, the same wedding ring tan line on the same left hand. They turned as one, stared at me with my own eyes. I opened my mouth to speak. We are neurons misfiring. The words came from all of them, from me. A chorus of fractured voices speaking in perfect unison, overlapping at the edges like radio static bleeding between stations. Can you imagine hearing your own voice split into harmony with itself? It's not an echo, it's recognition. The garage is the space between synapses. I stepped back. The concrete wall behind me felt wrong, warm. Not the cold cement it should be. I pressed my palm against it and felt something beneath the surface. A rhythm, slow and wet. But what they said next made my knees buckle. Spot 34 is the aneurysm rupture point. The black sedan is the ambulance we never reached. I looked down at the concrete. It wasn't gray anymore. It pulsed, contracted. The texture rippled like living tissue, veined and slick, the color of brain matter under surgical lights. The entire floor breathed beneath my feet. The walls exhaled moisture, wet, gray, alive, and I understood we were still inside my skull. The doppelganger from the sedan stepped closer, shoes silent on the wet concrete. His mouth moved. My mouth. Same lips, same scar on the lower one from biting during stress. You have 2 options, he said. His voice was mine but emptied out, hollow. I couldn't breathe, didn't need to, I realized. My chest hadn't moved in. How long? Accept it, he continued. Clock out. Let the darkness come. He gestured toward the elevator where the time clock glowed faint red. Or refuse, loop forever, park at 1:55 a.m., drive in circles until synapses stop firing completely. That's not a choice, I whispered. It's the only one workaholics get. Headlights flared behind him. I flinched. More cars materialized across level 6, engines idling in unison, a low mechanical breathing that filled the space. Sedans, subs, a rusted pickup. Drivers sat motionless behind steering wheels, faces pale in the dashboard glow, watching, all of them watching me. The smell hit next. Gasoline mixed with that hospital disinfectant stench. Sterile. Wrong. Who are they? I asked, though part of me already knew. Attendants who couldn't leave, refused the clock, chose the loop. But the real horror hadn't fully surfaced yet. I stepped toward the black sedan. A piece of paper fluttered under the windshield wiper, trapped against cold glass. My fingers trembled as I pulled it free. The paper felt thin, fragile, like it might disintegrate. The handwriting was hurried, desperate. Don't stay. I did. I'm still here. Maya tours, still here, present tense. I scan the cars again, searching faces in the dim light. Third row. A woman in a day shift uniform, hands frozen on the wheel, eyes open but unseeing. Her name tag caught the fluorescent glare. Maya. Can you imagine? Realizing your eternity is a parking spot, a timestamp, a loop you chose because letting go felt worse than staying. She's been here 8 months, the doppelganger said quietly. She thinks it's still her first night. My pulse should have spiked. Would have if I'd had one. The terror sat cold in my non-existent chest, spreading like frost. And that's when I understood what the choice really meant. I walked back to spot 34. The painted lines glowed under the fluorescent wash, brighter than they should have been. My boots scraped concrete that smelled wrong. Not just oil and exhaust, but something clinical. Antiseptic. Like they'd tried to scrub away something permanent. The doppelganger followed. Silent, I knelt, pressed my palm flat against the cold surface. The concrete was darker here, stained. Not just one shape, layered rings like tree growth, each a different timeline of something spilled. How many? My voice cracked. 12 attendants. He stood over me, hands in pockets. Heart attack, stroke, aneurysm. All died right here. All chose overtime over doctors. I stood. The idle engines behind me pulsed in rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Heartbeats I didn't have anymore. But what I found next made the air leave my lungs completely. I moved to the garage's edge, where the concrete barrier overlooked downtown. The city sprawled below, every window lit, every street visible. Traffic lights blinked yellow. A woman stood on the corner, arm raised to hail a cab. A cyclist leaned forward mid-pedal. None of them moved. Not a single person, not one car. How long? I whispered. Since 2:11 a.m., the doppelganger said. When your aneurysm ruptured, when you collapsed in the office. The world kept going, but not for you. I gripped the barrier. The metal bit into my palms, cold, real, solid. I clocked in at 11, I said. I walked through the door, I was breathing. No, his voice was gentle, pitying. You were already gone. The fluorescent lights hummed lower, deeper. The sound crawled inside my skull. And that's when I understood what the time clock had really been counting down to all along. The time clock hums against the wall. 2:11 a.m. blinks red. Over and over, I stand there. How long? Minutes. Hours. Time doesn't work the same when you're already dead. My hand hovers over the button. Punch out, accept the darkness, let my neurons finally stop misfiring. Or punch in. Loop forever. Become the black sedan driver warning the next one who refuses to let go. The metal feels cold under my fingertip. Real. More real than anything since I collapsed at this desk. Can you imagine choosing your own eternity? Knowing the choice is final. I think about Maya tours, about the 12 others who stayed, about the version of me who tried to warn himself and failed. I press the button. The screen glitches, pixels scattering like dying synapses. The red numbers fracture into static. The hum stops. Everything stops for a moment. Nothing. Just the smell of concrete and gasoline, just silence. But what happened next would change everything. The world blinks, and when it comes back, 1:55 a.m., I'm sitting behind the wheel of a black sedan. The leather smells like hospital disinfectant. My hands rest on the steering wheel, Fingers I can't feel wrapped around something solid. The engine idles with a low purr that vibrates through the seat. Through the windshield, I see the security booth. Level 6, spot 34. The fluorescent lights flicker above. In the distance, footsteps echo. Someone's walking toward their shift, toward the time clock that's counting down to 2:11. I don't move, I just wait. The footsteps grow louder, closer. A figure appears at